They've been kind of challenging, but we've been doing CPR this week, and they've been really into it, and
All right, I'd like to call our work session to order this evening. Good evening. I want to announce that Chief Accountability Officer Dr. Jewel Harmon is attending the meeting via Zoom. And at this time, Interim Superintendent Vela, please introduce Mr. Heath.
Thank you, President Daniel. I'd like to introduce Mr. Randy Heath, the Interim Chief of School Operations and Academic Support, who will begin our work session this evening.
All right, good evening. I'm happy to come today and talk about a subject that I've been deeply embroiled in for a while right now, and I think some of you have heard some. We've had some community conversations about, but it is around school boundaries. And so we'll just jump right into it. Just a reminder that this process actually began last school year, and so this is something that we've been working on for a while. We contracted in 2021 with an outside firm to conduct a boundary study and make recommendations to the board. As the outside group was doing this, part of that was starting by gathering input from key stakeholders within the district and from surveys and others from the community. And through those focus group discussions, that helped craft their recommendations that they brought to the board. Public comment was sought last year in multiple ways through thought exchanges, surveys, online community forums. And then this year we've also done some work to gather community input, including our 3 community conversations that we just completed. And we thank everyone that attended those. They were very helpful in providing comments and helping us to craft the plan or the process that we'd like to present to you going forward. So there were several key recommendations in this study, and they were the changes of boundaries of 7 elementary schools to facilitate the opening of River Ridge Elementary School. This was accomplished. We did this last year. You passed this portion of the plan. We put it into implementation. There was a lot that we learned through the implementation process last year. Because the last boundary change had not occurred for over 10 years, there wasn't a lot of historical knowledge in terms of the implementation. So we learned a lot through the process, through different trials and errors, and found out what worked, what was giving us some problems, and really helps us to understand where we need to go forward with any future changes that might need to take place. There were 3 pieces, there are 3 key recommendations that were shared by MGT, the outside firm, that we did not take action on last year. There was the move of the 6th grade students to the middle school, which would necessitate the reopening of Sequoia Middle School. It was to adjust boundaries to even out the elementary school enrollments. And then they were to adjust existing boundaries to create clear feeder patterns aligned to the 4 comprehensive high schools. So, once again, the board did decide to take action on the recommendations that allowed River Ridge Elementary to open. And so these schools had their boundaries impacted this last year, and they all started in their new schools this current school year. The board chose to pause on the remaining key recommendations, and then approved changes were implemented. So River Ridge opened, Kent Valley Early Learning Center was closed to KSD programs, and kindergarten students were returned to Kent Elementary and Neely O'Brien, which was always the plan when Kent Valley was opened up, was to be a temporary solution until a new elementary school was built, and so we went forward with that. Currently, just to let you know, Kent Valley Early Learning Center is not sitting empty. We are working with our community partners, Kent Youth and Family Services, who are providing ECAP and Head Start programs at the facility this year. Students impacted by a boundary change who were previously enrolled in dual language. This was one of the things that we heard last year during the process through comments by the public, was the concern that kids who had started in a dual language program, who had their enrollment changed to a different school that did not have dual language, we heard loud and clear that parents wanted that to continue to be an option for those students. And so we worked out a plan in which any student who moved to a school without a dual language program that was already enrolled would be provided transportation to a dual language school. Some of those chose to do that, and some parents chose just to go to their new enrolled school and not be in the program. Okay, so it came down to 2 questions this year when we started looking at where do we go from here. First off, we had to ask the question, are the identified key recommendations still needed? That was the first question we were asked. And if yes, how should we proceed? So that was where we were this is what we've been wrestling with this year. So what we did was we conducted a series of after-action reviews. So we did this with a number of groups, including the group that was part of the implementation process and with district leadership. We conducted targeted conversations with our superintendent's cabinet, which was made up of chiefs, executive directors, and labor partners. We conducted targeted conversations, this was a big one, with our elementary, middle, and high school principals. We wanted to really understand, did they know of the recommendations that we were looking to bring forward? Were they in support of it? What questions did they have about it? And so they formed a lot of the information that we have. And then we held these community conversations, which once again provided us with a lot of valuable information around where our public was currently regarding these changes. Okay, let's just go through them real quickly. Most appropriate placement for our 6th graders academically and socially emotionally. This is one of the things that we're really concerned about. So first, let's talk about the academically and why it makes sense for 6th grade students to be at the middle school. State learning standards and assessments are structured K-5, 6-8, and 9-12. State math and science assessments are administered in 8th grade based on grade level standards from 6 to 8. So when you put all those grades levels together, there can be a real coordinated effort among the teachers who are teaching science to make sure all standards are met. Currently, there is not this level of collaboration with the 6th grade teachers who are at multiple elementary schools, and so that collaboration is very difficult. It allows for 3 years of lab sciences, which will better prepare our students in the next generation science standards, the NGSS standards. So the elementary schools most elementary schools are not set up with labs for science. And by moving the 6th graders to the middle school, they'll have access to those labs and be able to do more of this hands-on work. It will allow for increased opportunities for academic acceleration and participation in electives. So sometimes a student is really gifted, let's say in math, and so they are beyond what the 6th grade math at the school is. Now, right now, our 6th grade teachers are doing an excellent job of differentiating and trying to provide those students with that acceleration. But by having them in the middle school, it could allow them to take a higher level math class and be able to be challenged at a greater level. And then, of course, middle schools are able to offer more electives than are able to be offered at the elementary school. And this could include 3 years of some music, like a band or a choir, that would help build up that continuity. We also think that it's appropriate placement for 6th graders in terms of their academic, their social emotional development. So 6th graders are more closely aligned with other students in early adolescence. Basically, you're talking about the age range of 11 years old through 14 when you're talking about 6 through 8. Building those strong relationships is crucial in this age group. I mean, it's crucial in every age group, but it is especially crucial in the middle level years. Current structure of 2 years in the middle school impedes the ability to build strong relationships. Immediately, they're transitioning in 7th grade, and immediately the next year transitioning out. As a former middle school principal and teacher, I can tell you that is not the best structure for building relationships, building leadership capacity in our students, and just really creating a culture in a building, because they're in and out just as quick as can be. So, and then it also aligns to our neighboring school districts, making transitions difficult. We know that South Sound schools districts tend to swap kids around. Kids as they find, different places to live, and maybe some areas become less affordable and others become more. We move kids back and forth between our districts or surrounding us. Renton, Highline, Auburn, Federal Way, they are all built on a 6 through 8. It is very difficult for some of our kids who have been in middle school to come to our district and find themselves back at elementary school. There's some kids that are pretty devastated. I've seen being in the student services office and parents coming to find out about enrolling their kids, and 6th graders finding out I have to go back to an elementary school is tough for them. So this would help with that continuity going back and forth. Having clear feeder patterns is another really thing that we need to address, and something that our principals have been asking for. It allows for purposeful transitions between the levels, and I think this is very important. And I think we've seen it even more important that has been kind of exacerbated during this pandemic. Transitions should start at least partially through the year prior to the transition. So at least half a year, second semester of the 6th grade year, if you're talking about 6th graders going into 7th grade, is when that transition work should really start working. And sometimes people don't understand that transition then continues into the next school year, really all the way through probably the first semester of the first year that they're there. Because just because they've arrived doesn't mean the transition's done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of really supporting those kids as they first get to their new environment. And that same thing goes for when they're going from 8th to 9th. Currently, we have situations, now some of our schools right now have very clean feeder patterns. They take their entire school and they all go, so like their entire elementary school go to one middle school. However, we have a significant number of our schools where maybe an elementary is feeding into 2 or maybe 3 middle schools. And then we have some of those same situations from middle school to high school. By cleaning up these feeder patterns, it allows for a greater level of collaboration. As a middle school principal, they have to actually collaborate on both sides. They collaborate with the elementary schools that are feeding into them, and they're collaborating with the high school where they feed students to. And any one who has ever taught either the lowest grade in a middle school or the 9th grade class in a high school understand that the more you can kind of know more about these students, plan this transition, the smoother it's going to be. So it also helps create a sense of community in the areas of sports, music, and extracurricular activities. So many of our athletic programs and especially our music programs, when they are able to have a clear feeder pattern, they really start that whole process of, you're going to be in the Kent Ridge Band, and the Kent Ridge Band teacher is going to go down, and they're going to meet with the elementary music programs, and they're going to meet with the middle schools that go into them, and maybe plan music events together as a way to transition students and keep them engaged in the program and excited about the program and moving forward. Right now, can you imagine that you are like a middle school where 80% of the kids go to one school, and then 20% go to another. And so the band teacher from the school where 80% of the kids are going come down, get the kids all excited, and then a few of the kids find out, oh, I'm not going there. I'm going to this other school. That makes them feel like a little left out in that whole process. So students and families want to travel with peers to the same school. Relationships are important, and when peer support groups attend different schools, it can cause problems. Yes, can kids make new friends? Absolutely. That is a possibility. Some kids, that is their reality all the time. I will tell you, as someone who has overseen the transfer process for the time I have arrived in this district, a great deal of our transfers requests come from the fact that the majority of a school goes to one school, and there's like a smaller group. That smaller group, we have a large number of parents putting in requests from that smaller group so that they can stay with their peer groups and go to that school. educational programs can be distributed equally into the 4 high school feeder strands, resulting in a more equitable process and access. That's another positive of this. And then it also allows educators to collaborate vertically on instructional strategies and create pedagogy alignment vertically. Then the final, the recommendation is being made, which is to balance enrollments to create equity. We've talked about the fact that some of our elementary schools are over capacity at this point, and we have strong reliance in some buildings on portable buildings. There will always be a variation in enrollments as schools were built for different capacities. So we will always have situations where we will have larger elementary schools and smaller. And that's mainly because at the time that school was built, it was built with a different capacity. So this won't make everyone uniform in terms of every elementary school will have 450 students. That's not what this is going to do. But it will keep them within the capacity of the school. It will allow us to make decisions based on regarding educational programs on the needs of the students in that program, not where we have physical space. Currently, when we are looking for programs around high cap and special education programs, oftentimes they end up where we have physical space. And that does not mean that is, so in some cases, that may be at a building where none of the students that are in that actual program are actually in that neighborhood school. Usually there's at least a few that are there, but this would allow us to look at who is in the program at the time and place those programs in the spaces that make most sense and closest as possible to their neighborhoods, which we hope would decrease the amount of time that they spend on buses being transported to those facilities. Also, an increased capacity allows the district to pursue more community partnerships. One of the things that we hear from parents is around early childhood education and before and after school daycare. If we had the space in our buildings, we would be able to really meaningfully go out and try to find as many of those programs and partners as possible, and possibly be able to offer at least before and after school childcare at more of our elementary schools, which is something we've heard from our parents is needed. And then, of course, there's less reliance on portable classrooms. At the elementary level, at the high school or the middle school, sometimes if you're utilizing portable classrooms, it might just be for 1 period or 2 periods. At the elementary, if that's your classroom space, then you're in it for most of the day. And we have some wonderful portables, actually. Some of them are very nice, and some are, not as nice. And just the feeling of being out of the actual building is not a good feeling for some of our students and our staff. Okay, so what have we learned through this process over the last year as we've been talking about this and getting feedback and talking to our own stakeholders and re-examining the recommendations that were made by MGT? What we understand is that MGT was a good starting point. That is what we've learned. But that they've delivered their product and we have it, but now the work that we do with the work that they gave us is our own, and we need to make sure that what they've recommended to us makes sense, that we double checked it against our own, matching it with actual students that are enrolled in the district, and make sure that what they are recommending is actually what is the reality when you actually attach those addresses to current students. And this deeper analysis of the data some of this has begun, and we started to learn some things, but there is still a lot of work to do around that analysis. We've started with some of the neighborhoods in which community has brought concerns forward, and really started to deeply looking at those neighborhoods first, and we've learned some things that may or may not change the way that the recommendations that we are making. But we also need to have a clear understanding of what resources. When I talk about resources, I'm talking about money, materials, personnel, will need to be added or shifted to implement this plan. For example, just the opening of Sequoia Middle School. Some of the resources will shift as far as like instructional staff, teachers. If we take 6th grade out of the elementary school, there'll be a number of teachers. I think we've shared at the community forums. That does not mean if we open up a 6th grade, move 6th grade to the middle school, that all of our 6th grade teachers will move to the middle schools. That's not what that means. We have a process through our collective bargaining agreements with KEA that would dictate the process we use to fill those 6th grade positions, both at our existing middle schools and the new school, fill all of those teaching positions. And so we feel like, by and large, the instructional staff will all shift, and there will be not much of a addition of additional staff. Now, when you open up a new building, though, there are new additional staff that need to be added. We're talking about a principal and assistant principal. We're talking about counselors. We're talking about safety officers. We're talking about clerical staff. So we're really doing some work to really look at what staff would shift, what staff would need to be added, what is that ongoing cost forward. There's been some questions about what kind of money would it take to get Sequoia ready to open up as a middle school. And this is the point where we try to remind everybody that this has been operating as a school for years. So in terms of the work that needs to be done to Sequoia is minimal. We do need to reconfigure one of the locker rooms because it is currently being used as our clothing bank to the PTSA. And then there's some other minor changes that need to be adjusted, and nothing of a huge major expense in terms of getting that building ready to go. So this is an example of trying to really understand and make sure that we have it costed out, and we've included that in budgeting in future years. The community wants to continue. The other thing we learned loud and clear through this whole process is that the community wants to continue to be actively engaged in the ongoing planning of this transition. I do want to remind people that it's not like we have not had any community input. We have had community input through surveys, thought exchanges, and others. And in fact, MGT highlighted that our return, the number of surveys we received back, considering the population of our district, was actually higher than most of the studies that they've done in other areas. So I want to remind that we have sought out, and we did get. Now, we always would like to get more. That is the key right there. And we have had good participation in our community sessions. But that doesn't mean we can't have more, especially as we're actually building out the plan to have this happen. And so I think that was one of the key things that we really learned is from the community forums and others is, hey, as you're building these plans, we want to be involved, okay? And it's not just involved. We need to be engaged in this work. And so when you're talking about bringing people in to be part of a subcommittee or a group that's looking at something, what you're talking about is not just coming for 1 or 2 meetings. Because if we're talking about the complex nature of boundary changes and middle school models and those types of things, we have to spend time bringing the group together, having them read and understand the process that takes in there, talk about how this decision may impact this decision, and what may seem equitable to this group by making it one way for one group will have this negative impact over here. And we need to get whatever group that comes together to engage in this work. There's work to be done around level setting and understanding that you may have originally come to this work because I have children in the district and I'm concerned, but we need to be collectively thinking as a group, how does this impact all of the kids in the Kent School District, not just now, but 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, and really get people to kind of think beyond just what is good for their individual kids or their family, but what is good for the collective Kent School District. And that is, that's not a 1 or 2 meeting scenario. That is a multiple meeting, conversations, deep understanding of the work. So with that engagement, that takes more time. than just bringing them to a meeting and saying, we'd like you to vote on this, or we'd like you to just tell us this, and then we're going to make a decision. So, next steps of what we're looking to do. Once again, nothing is set in stone. We're looking for some input from the board as well tonight around our next steps. But we'd like to have you seek a commitment from the board that these three big areas are areas that you want to continue to have us move down and explore. Because there's a lot of work that is involved in this, and that will take up a lot of time and district resources in terms of just commitment. And if we're asking community groups to come in and be part of this and engage in the work and spend multiple meetings to make recommendations, we want to be pretty certain that, at least in theory, you guys are, that the board is comfortable moving this direction and feel like sixth grade in the middle school is a direction we're supposed to be heading, that the clear feeder patterns is a direction that we need to be heading, and that trying to balance out elementary enrollments is where we want to be going. With that in mind, we know that work will take time, and we know that decisions about the 22-23 school year need to be made like in December, January, February, especially when we're talking about staffing and enrolling new students and all the other pieces there. So the more we looked at it, and the more we really wanted to do this in a very purposeful way, with the community engaged in the work, we felt like the more appropriate time for implementation of these changes would be for the 23-24 school year. And that is what we're kind of bringing for your input tonight. And then identification of boundary advisory subcommittees would be identified. So what are the subcommittees that we're going to need in order to pull this off and make this happen? And then the selection of staff and community members to be a part of each of these subcommittees. How do we get equal representation from around the district, but not have a committee of 100, which is very problematic if you're looking to try to, get things done. So how do you balance getting the voices from across our district and still do it at a spot where we can have a workable group? But one of the subcommittees that we know that we need to have is really around that deep work of reviewing the boundaries that were suggested by MGT. And, after our department and our staff have kind of looked at maybe if we move this neighborhood, this would be the impact. If we move this neighborhood, this would be the impact. And we need to look at things like, what would this impact the free and reduced lunch level of the school, the demographics, the racial demographics of the school? How would that in terms of our English learners? There's a number of things that you need to look at when you're looking at different things like that. And so that would be one of the groups. And really, we would need to come back to the board and share that recommendation by the fall of 2022, really. We would need a decision probably like September or October of next year in order to fully get that ready to go and implemented by the following school year. And what we would envision in this whole process would that we would lay out a timeline of regular reports of the subcommittees to be shared with the public and the board, and kind of bring everybody along the way and kind of show people where we're at. So if we're feeling like this is the direction we want to go, then the next step would be to build out that project planning process and identify the subcommittees and identify this is when this is going to be reported to the board, this is when this is going to be reported to the board, and just move along those as a way to keep things accountable and moving toward the process. All right, a lot of information. Thank you for bearing with me as I got it through it all, and I'm sure that you have some questions now that hopefully I'll be able to answer.
First of all, Mr. Heath, thank you for your report. I really appreciate that. Some of the questions just in general that come to mind is, because we've been in extraordinary circumstances and because our numbers have been kind of up and down and all over for the last 3 or 4 years, I'm curious, do you think by probably the spring and summer, if we decide to put these committees together, that we would have some actual figures to kind of, really know what we're doing and dealing with per school? Or, I mean, because again, the online or wherever our kids have gone and that we didn't offer, how are we going to get to some numbers that are going to really make sense? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big unknown that's out there. I mean, I think one of the things we want to emphasize around a lot of these changes that are going on here, these are not because our enrollment has shrunk, over the last couple of years. And so it's not because there's an immediate need of an overcrowding at a certain school or such. These are programmatic, that what we think is what will set our students up for success next, 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. By building that capacity at the elementary schools, I think that is what allows us to be able to grow in a way that if we all hope, most of our enrollment decline has been at the elementary level. And our hope is, since the state of Washington doesn't require students to come back to school or come to school until they're 8 years old, which I think Mr. Rarick has pointed out before, that means that there could be a group of parents who are out there that didn't sign up for homeschooling because they don't have to, because their child doesn't need to come till they're 8 years old, and maybe re-entering our system within the next 1 or 2 years. By building that capacity at the elementary school, we're able to accommodate that based on the enrollments and add staff if needed, because we could add classrooms, because we would have room at each of the elementary schools in order to do that.
And, I mean, I'm all for holding really valid community conversations, and I've had the pleasure of being on several committees here, and just lately, a few years ago, the Strategic Planning Committee and Core 24, and we had, we started out with a lot, but we got down to about 15 people that were dedicated to several meetings. And those people were dedicated to the work, and a lot of great conversations came out of this. However, again, because I've been in these committees, the only committee I really served on here that I really saw in the last, say, 5 years or 10 years, that really went out and got leaders from all different areas was the Family Engagement Committee. That was a while ago. But somehow or other we have to do a better job either going to where these people are or getting their leaders to come to us and really valuing their opinion for those people to come to the table. It's all the people who, normally are here and are speaking out that feel like can come. So I'm wondering if we can't if we decide to do that, rotate those meetings somehow or other so they can feel like they're part of the system and engaged. And I have a personal question, because I've been involved for so many years in PTSA. The clothing bank,
Yes.
where's it going to go permanently? Do you know? Because they want to know.
Yes, and no, we've had conversations with them, and at this point we had guaranteed them a certain amount of time they could stay at the old KPA facility. If we are clear on the vision that this is going to be for the 23-24 school year, then they can obviously stay longer at that current site. But we have other sites within the district, and we value that clothing bank. It's been around for a long time. Our families use it. There was an absence when we were, last year, we eventually came up with a plan to have access to that, but, we were hearing that the need was there, and so they will have a home somewhere. We can guarantee that. And on your other point around the going to where the families are, one of the things that we've been talking about is the possibility of, if a neighborhood is being impacted significantly, trying to come to that exact neighborhood once the other committee had recognized that it's looking pretty clear that this neighborhood is going to need to maybe move to a new school or another, have a dedicated meeting over in the area of where that neighborhood is, and, try to make it easier for them to come and really ask any questions that they might have, dispel any myths that they might have heard, or really just have them, the reality is in a boundary realignment, you're never going to make 100% of the families happy with that. I mean, it's just not going to happen. But how do we get to the point where they feel like they've been heard, that their questions have been answered? That's the key right there. And they still might not be happy about it, but we don't want them to be able to say, we haven't met with them and tried to answer their questions, and really try to make it easier for them to transition.
No, and I really appreciate that. I mean, the last 3 community conversations that we had were at different times, and people did have the ability to attend. However, I was kind of disappointed they weren't really well attended, in numbers, but there were a lot of good questions that came up with that. But in this boundary thing, because I saw so many emails and so many people interested in it, we really got to try to get this right and feel like we're really having two-way conversations. And like you say, we're not going to please everybody. But if they have their voices, if they really feel validated that they're heard and a part of it, I think most people will come around. So I thank you for all the work in that.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you, Randy. As always, your presentations are very clear and helpful. I wanted to just ask about, this is something we've talked about in the past, about having additional credits and acceleration at the middle school level. And we often talk about math, but I'm wondering what other courses are being discussed, and how are we working with our highly capable, because it's not just highly capable, but I know that cluster program, there are students who could move into that highly capable model.
Right.
And how are we handling that? And is it just math, or are we including science as well?
No, it's definitely more than that. And actually, we've got kind of a great opportunity, because we're looking at this at the same time as the subcommittees right now are working on the academic recovery and student well-being plan. And as was shared at a previous work session around the major topic areas, some of the discussions and the strategies we're looking at in those subcommittees really is around acceleration and credit recovery and other pieces. And so as part of this, especially as we're building our middle school model, some of the work that those committees are doing actually will kind of bleed into the work that will be happening when we're trying to create this sixth grade, this model of middle school with sixth grade in it. And of course, the Core 24 work also will mesh into this as well, because the more opportunities for kids to earn credits in the middle school will help them achieve graduation, and not just graduation, but also allow more choice at high school for other electives and music and other programs such as this.
Okay, great. And then I also wanted to ask about the community center at Sequoia, what is happening with the city? I mean, is that something that's going away, or, and then finally, I'm concerned about the top expansion, and where would that go? Would it have even been considered under the Sequoia?
Yeah, so good questions. Once again, the Teen Center is another program that we highly value. It's been around for a number of years. We know is good for our students. We're actually even working, something Brian Smith, our athletic director for the district, really has opened up that line of collaboration with the Kent City Parks and Rec around not only that program, but other programs. And if it is not able to be located at Sequoia, and it may still be able to be located at Sequoia, even if it's operating as a school, we will work with Kent Parks to find a place for that program. It is valued. Now, as far as the top program goes, that is something we are also looking at, and it might be part of a facilities plan moving forward for future bonds and others as we see that program expand. There may be a need for us to, create more space as more kids come.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to leave out there's a food bank at Sequoia too, so I'm
Oh, yeah.
hoping we're working with our community partners there as well.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of programs and things happening, as we know, at Sequoia, so I want
Yep.
to make sure that we are connecting with all the community partners.
Absolutely.
Also, I appreciate the time extension, because when we first had this conversation, it was supposed to be for next school year, so I appreciate that, because that was going to be one of the questions I wrote beforehand, is like, so I appreciate seeing that, thank you for that. I had another question that we can put a pin on. It's not related to this, but it's about before and after school programming. And as we talk about feeder patterns in school and whatnot, I think it's important that we look at offering before and after school programs. And since you brought it up, I'm going to put it out there that we need to look at it, because I know Renton has that at every elementary school. And so I think that we need to kind of look at how we can support our families and parents with a program like that. So it's no answer necessary, but just putting it out there as something we need to consider as we look at this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just to feed off of that too, our Wednesday afternoons with the Learning First schedule, I don't think we ever did what we kind of were going to do, was providing that after-school care, or at least a way for them to get to the YMCA or something like that.
Correct.
I also appreciate the time extension. I looked at the presentation yesterday and I was like, oh, I'm so glad. So I guess my questions are on, we do have some data now, because we did make the change to the 7, with the 7 elementaries. So how efficient, effective was MGT's data? Did the switching do what it was intended to do, or was it inaccurate? Was it accurate or inaccurate, or somewhere in the middle?
I wouldn't say that, in some cases it was spot on, other cases it wasn't. But of course, it's always a snapshot in time, because as we know, families move. They come in, they come out. And so because we capture information at one time, a month later it could be, wildly different. We see that sometimes, at our schools. We plan for a certain number of 5th grade teachers, and then for whatever reason, right before school starts, 20 5th grade students walk in the door, and there's no rhyme or reason for it. That's what happened. So I think what we learned through the process was really how to analyze that data in a way that we can take a look at that and make some changes if necessary. We definitely learned through that process, I will tell you that, of the things that we need to take a deeper look at with our own data.
Okay. And then I did this weekend look at the whole plan from MGT. And I looked at, it was very clear that the district, was very interested in moving 6 to middle, but it was the least important thing to our families. Like, that was their least important thing. And I don't know if that's because, we have more kids in secondary school, so it didn't necessarily impact. But I just want to make certain, and I've been doing a lot of research myself, and it's completely mixed, whether, emotionally it's good for kids to move to middle school in 6th grade or not, So, and it's right down the middle, but I know we have heard a few comments against moving kids to 6. So I just want to make sure that we're also, taking into account all those challenges, and that we're going to, if that is indeed the direction we're going to go, that we are providing those additional supports.
Right. I will tell you, as once again, as a former middle school teacher and administrator for 20 years, 6th grade parents have a lot of anxiety about sending their kids to middle school. We have 8th graders that have full facial hair, and are 6 feet tall. And for a parent who is dropping off their 6th grade student, that's a little disconcerting at times. Yeah. But we have to remember that even though that middle school boy that may be 6 feet tall and have full facial hair is still only a developmentally 13, 14-year-old kids. So their body may look a certain way, but, as far as their social emotional development is very much in line with just every other middle school student that's there. So it doesn't surprise me that parents have a little bit of anxiety around that. And yes, I will concede that there is some mixed results in terms of that. I will tell you, when we polled our elementary and middle school principals regarding this, and said rate from 4, to 1 to 5, the importance of this moving that. I think it averaged out to like 4.75. It was pretty much almost unanimously in the 5 range, with a few that are, a little further down.
Yeah.
So they both see this as a need. When we think about the developmental needs between a 6th and an 8th grader, think about the difference between a 5 and 11-year-old.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, all the data was completely mixed, and
Right.
and it basically said it almost said it depended on the child, right? Because if you think about, I personally was one of the youngest kids in my class, and so I went to Renton schools, and my 6th grade year, the year I was supposed to go into 6th grade, they decided to move 6th grade back to the elementaries for space. And so I personally was excited that we weren't going to go to middle school, but I know a lot of kids exactly are excited, and we do, depending on when a child starts school, they could either have just turned 5 and be closer to 4 than 5 when they start kindergarten, or be, way up, 6, just depending on when they start and when their birthday is, because it's like a construct that we came up with, right? We had to pick when school was going to start sometime, a long time ago. So it creates an interesting thing. Let me see. I had a couple other questions.
just kind of a funny note, or not funny, but something to consider, and it won't hit us for another 5 or 6 years, but we have more students that maybe did not attend kindergarten. We have an older class of kindergartner students this year. So,
Yeah.
By 6th grade, they're going to be 12, 13, not 11, 12.
Yeah,
So,
and like I said, it's just like you said too. It's like you might have a big overloaded 5th grade for some weird reason, or you might have like all kindergartners that are 6. So it is just. I just think it's just something that, in all the research I've done, that we just need to be aware of to support their extra supports for the social emotional aspect
Yes.
of it. And so I just want to make sure that that's considered. And when we talk about these committees, is it something that the board can be involved in, taking part or going to just different schools and PTAs to participate? And also I'm wondering too, I know that when we moved kids, when we said, oh, your child is not going to this elementary anymore, it's going to a new one, River Ridge, and I wonder if there's also, once we look at all this data, if there's a way to just send a letter home that says, your child, it looks like we're looking at boundaries right now, and there's a potential that your child's going to go to a different elementary or a different middle school or a different high school than anticipated, just to alert them.
mm-hmm.
So if they're not maybe paying attention, it just came directly to their home and it gets on their radar. Because sometimes,
Right.
for me as a parent, that's what gets my attention the most.
Yeah, those are things we can definitely consider. That's if we can connect actual kids right now to their addresses. then
Right,
absolutely.
right. And my last question is about transfers, because I know that has been brought up.
Yes.
So I know you might not have the data tonight, but I would be interested in seeing just like a historical perspective on transfers. How many transfers have been asked for in the past like 3 to 5 years versus how many have been granted in the last 3 to 5 years?
Right. Yeah, and I will tell you that they've gone down in my time here, the number that have been able to be approved for a variety of different reasons. And part of those is around some of the things in terms of class sizes and the caps that exist now in terms of how many students can be in a classroom.
Right.
And therefore, we really have to understand really well, because we have to serve the kids in our neighborhood schools first.
Right.
First and foremost. And so if we are close to cap,
Mm-hmm.
we really can't approve someone from the outside until we actually see whether those students arrive. And that has changed the way we have approved,
Right.
to be honest, and that is part of it. The other thing is, we were having large groups of, kind of, for some of the reasons I talked about here with the feeder. For example, 80% of the students are going to one high school, and 20% are going to another.
Right.
And that's further away from them. And so, like, a whole bunch of those families ask for request. If we allow those, then why do we have a boundary in terms of, we're taking away from the programs that other school
Right.
can offer. And so, it might be that they can't offer a high cap class or a music class or something because all the students that might be feeding into that. So, we'd love to be at a spot where every family could decide exactly what school that they go to, but
Right. I guess I'm trying to be proactive and mitigate any expectation as we move through boundaries, because I know that was brought up, oh, you can apply for a transfer, but if it's historically not easy to get a transfer within the district, then I'd rather we just not offer it, right? And something I also heard from parents is, so say this transfer is going to take place when my child is going to start, say, their senior year in high school, and they would be going to a new high school. Is there going to be any consideration given to that type of thing? A student that is going to just have to move to a new school for their final year of elementary or middle or high school?
I will tell you, in our transfer process itself, we give a strong priority to seniors, and not making seniors change their school their final year.
Right.
That is the only really strong priority that we give in terms of the other grade levels. The reality is it's somewhat of an equity issue in terms of, because transfers have to provide their own transportation.
Yeah.
That means that it's open to some families, and other families just are not able to provide that transportation. And, as you know, our capacity of our transportation department is not such that we could, necessarily offer that. So we also want to make sure that we're being equitable in that
Right.
situation.
And doesn't that also apply to some of our things like our high cap and stuff too?
Yeah.
Where, if families can't transport, then those students that might need that program to thrive can't get to that program.
Well, I mean, high cap and special education are different.
Oh,
in
they're
that
different? They do get transported?
They do, yeah.
Okay.
Now, if
good.
they wanted to go to a different high cap than what program that they were slotted to, they would have
Okay.
to apply in a transfer process just like
Okay,
anybody.
So it's equitably distributed, so.
Yeah, so
can
like
access.
if these 5 elementary schools all feed this school's high cap program, we provide that transportation
Okay.
for them.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good. I was not aware of that, so that's good learning for me. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
I just had a couple of questions, probably more comments. I think back to the last time we had these conversations, and I guess my concern is just making sure that we have equity amongst the voices that are heard. We had a group of pretty vocal parents who, knew what to do, knew who to talk to, reached out to board members, and I don't know that there was an opportunity for others who may have been in different neighborhoods that were also impacted as much, but did not have that opportunity.
Right.
So I would just really encourage whoever's going to be connecting with folks to make sure that they are getting a well-rounded version of experience from not just the parents who who are well-versed in knowing how to, get things and make things happen, but also from those parents who are not, and as well as making sure that we take into consideration the voice of our staff, because oftentimes, it's the loudest voices that are heard. And so I think really making sure that we are asking the questions and getting information and making an informed decision based on all of that input, not just from certain groups of parents, I think is going to be really important in this. So I would hope, however this, works out as far as the committees and such, that they are balanced and well-rounded and have the opportunity to hear from a multitude of neighborhoods.
Yeah.
in this transition.
You know, and I'm glad you made that point in that I have had personal conversations with parents, and I've heard principals telling me there were parents that were like, wait, what do you mean the boundary stuff didn't come? I was expecting my kid to go, and it was like, well, did you let the board? Well, why would I liked it. I didn't have a need to come and tell the board that I liked it. And so I said, I encourage them in the next round to, if you like the changes, also let us know. So that
Exactly.
that voice is it.
And if I may, to that very excellent point, the survey was not representative of the demographics of our district. It was, you know, it racially wasn't, it didn't represent our district. And so some of that feedback, you know, we need to consider that it didn't represent our, you know, the demographic makeup of our district.
Yeah, and that was actually one of what I talked about earlier about when we look at the neighborhoods that are going to be deeply impacted, going to that place. And if it is an area in which maybe there's a large portion that are Spanish speaking, that we make sure that we are delivering that information in the language the families that live in that neighborhood.
I wanted just to thank President Daniels and Vice President Bettinger and all our board, but the specific points you just made are excellent points. In that, in your idea, Vice President Bettinger, about the, you know, letter that you get that says you're going to be moved, our families who don't speak English as their first language at home, the first time that they know that they may be attending another school can be when after the decision's made, and someone at the school tells them you're at the wrong school.
Right.
And that has happened.
Yep.
And so I know Director Van Godeslum, we sat on different committees years back, and I wanted to make sure that Mr. Heath, I know, as part of the subcommittees, it is that a subcommittee is about a role that you play as a community member for the betterment and collective impact of the district. And I remember those conversations we had in this same boardroom, because the disproportionality that could happen and unintended impacts on, for example, Title I schools who were once funded at a certain level could be impacted. So those are the kinds of things that my staff, working with these subcommittees, will continue to bring forth. And I think it's a great learning experience really for our whole community, which is a very diverse community at 25+% now of EL students and families. So
Right.
thank you for bringing up those points.
So can I add, I really think, I know you're looking for input from the board, and I've had questions, but there's no doubt that we need to move forward. The question is when, right? And then the other concern or question I had was, you know, if if there are those who oppose this move from sixth grade, I really want us to consider, are they thinking about this as not a good move because of the current conditions in which we're you know, serving our students? And so if we were to remove that pandemic situation, you know, would they still consider this? So I really think we need to analyze that. And then I also think you know, when we are establishing these subcommittees, we have in the past had our principals, you know, select families who are representative of that particular feeder schools. And I really think that's important, you know, that they understand the buildings, they understand the folks there. So I'm sorry, I took time away from President Daniels, but that's all I had to add on that. Thank you.
No, it's fine. I'm good, thank you. I appreciate it. Really good information, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Heath.
All right, so with that, our work session is adjourned at 6:30. We will be My baby. So sweet. All right, good evening. I'd like to call our board meeting to order. At this time, I want to announce that Chief Accountability Officer Dr. Jewel Harmon is attending the meeting via Zoom. Vice President Benninger, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of course.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome all. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to the meeting and who are viewing from the live stream. The KSD staff has done its best to advise you of the governor's order requiring those in attendance to wear masks. The process for our audience participation is as follows. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in to Naomi Zantello either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No cards will be accepted once the legislative report has begun. Visitors who've completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, your mask needs to remain on while you're making your comment. Please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening, during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. At this time, I would like Director Hamada to please read our land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge, wow, that's loud. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you. Interim Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to our agenda tonight?
President Daniels, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, we're on to our agenda item 2.0, our recognitions. The first is our proclamation for American Education Week. Director Venkatasalam, please can you read that proclamation?
Yes, thank you. Proclamation for American Education Week is whereas public education is the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping our young students with both academic and social growth, schools give them hope for and equitable access to a productive future. And whereas public education employees, be they teachers, guest teachers, higher education faculty and staff, custodians, administrators, bus drivers, clerical staff, food service professionals, skilled trade workers, health and student service workers, security guards, technical employees, librarians, educational support professionals, or other support staff work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas public schools are the foundations of neighborhoods and communities, bringing together parents and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders, and elected officials in a common purpose. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the week of November 15th to the 19th, 2021 as American Education Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 10th day of November 2021 by the Board of Directors of the Kent School District and Mr. Israel Vela, Interim Secretary to the Board.
Thank you. Next is our proclamation recognizing National Native American Heritage Month. Director Benno.
National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by America's Native Americans and indigenous peoples, and whereas the contribution of America's Native American have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today, and whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as a part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas the Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George H. Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. Proclamations under variants on the name include Native American Heritage Month and Native American, Indian, and Alaska Native Heritage Month have been issued each year since 1994. And whereas in honor of Native American Heritage Month, community celebrations as well as numerous cultural, artistic, educational, and historic activities have been planned. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 10th day of November 2021 by the Board of Directors, Kent School District, and Israel Vela, Interim Secretary to the Board.
Thank you. And I will read our National School Psychology Week proclamation. Whereas one of Kent School District's goals is to prepare all students to be college and career ready by collaborating and consulting with staff and families on best practices that will help advance student achievement. And whereas school psychologists have expertise in mental health, learning, and behavior, which helps students succeed academically, behaviorally, emotionally, and socially. And whereas data assessments are collected through evaluations conducted by school psychologists by building rapport and trust with students. And whereas school psychologists help students develop their individual abilities to be self-regulated learners, which include setting individual learning goals, designing a learning process to achieve those specific goals, and assessing their results to determine if the goals were achieved. And whereas National School Psychology Week is an opportunity to raise public awareness of the importance of having psychologists present at each school to help all children and youth become the best students they can be. And whereas this year's theme is the power of possibility, which implies hope, growth, resilience, and renewal, and emphasizes the work of school psychologists to help students grow and thrive. Now therefore be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims November 8th through the 12th, 2021 as National School Psychology Week and urges all citizens to recognize the importance of school psychologists to guide this generation and to provide future generations a better chance for success. Signed this 10th day of November 2021 by the Board of Directors for Kent School District and Israel Vela, Interim Secretary to the Board. At this time, we are on to our preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Santello.
Good evening, President Daniels, Interim Superintendent Vela, and members of the board. This evening, we have student comments, 20 of them submitted. The first 3 are specific to agenda items, all of which are for the proclamations. The first comment submitted by student James Novak is in regard to the National Native American Heritage Month. In what ways will National Native American Heritage Month be included and acknowledged within the Kent schools? Will there be certain people who can speak from experiences or provide information on Native American culture in order to educate those who know little to none about the cultures. The next item was submitted by student Olivia Elliott regarding National Psychology Week proclamation. I think this week is a great idea, especially coming out of the pandemic. So many kids went through a lot in the pandemic, and I would love to see this week occur every year now, as it will always be an important topic surrounding kids in school. The next comment specific to an agenda item is submitted by student Mitchell Covarrubias, and this is regarding, again, National Psychology Week. Mental health is an important part to a student's education. How are you planning to address and take care of students' well-being? Should mental health days be an option? The following 17 student comments are non-specific non-agenda specific items. First comment was submitted by Madeline Shivitz. Though I know it's a long way off, my question is, what are the plans this year for graduation? As a senior who will be graduating in June, this matters a great deal to me. Graduations are extremely romanticized and seen as a key ending moment in a student's high school career. It offers us a chance to receive closure. And after witnessing the past few pandemic graduations, I worry for what ours could be. Will we return to a mostly typical format, being able to be celebrated with family, friends, and in a large venue with spacing? If not, why not? And what will the plan be? Will it allow us to feel a satisfying conclusion to the culmination of all the years of schooling we went through to reach this moment? I hope we can reach a conclusion that is truly worthy of all the hard work my graduating class and myself have put in. Thank you. The next student comment was submitted by Carlo Rodriguez. I'm concerned regarding the safety of students through the hallways in schools. In my school specifically, the hallways are filled with people, with many shoulder to shoulder. Some students even have to leave before the bell to get to their class safely, and some have to be late to class. It causes concern as there is a high chance of contracting COVID and the flu. The next student comment was submitted by Ali Abdi. In my opinion, I feel like the school bathrooms are being locked in most buildings is something that should be addressed. And also, are teachers required to be vaccinated in order to teach? Next student comment submitted by Saeed Farah. I would love to ask the board about the COVID protocols in schools for students that catch COVID. I feel like being a student at Kentwood High School, I have had a few friends that caught COVID, and I noticed a trend with these schools. Students that catch COVID are told to go home and quarantine for however long, which is good, but nothing is done about the students who have been encountered with that person, whether it be the same class or close friends. This could be very dangerous for schools and increase COVID spread in the communities. What do you think can be done to resolve this situation? The next student comment was submitted by Kelson Maluski. If there is a winter storm and there are unsafe roads, will us students just go back to online for the time? The next comment was submitted by student Kenneth Keogh. The recent school vandalism has created a worse learning environment at school. The next comment submitted by student Justin Mai. My brother and I both attend Kentwood High School, but we have separate lunches. I have the first lunch of the day, which there is usually enough food for all the students. But my brother and his friend have the last lunch of the day and always seem to complain about the lack of food and options during his lunch. Also, on Wednesday lunches, there also seems to be a shortage of food for everyone. Does the school board plan on looking into this issue in further detail, and how could this issue be solved? The next student comment was submitted by Wish Tao. How can we better prepare our students for a more organized community? The next comment was submitted by student Lila Puri. I think it would be beneficial to talk more about mental health within the schools of Kent. We should also focus on the seniors and how they can prepare themselves for college, not just academically or financially, but more of things like what classes to take for which major, or how to ensure you stay on track throughout college. The next comment was submitted by student Maddox Gomez. How do you guys make sure all the students are on track to graduate from the high school they go to? The next student comment was submitted by Tim Grainerovich. What are you and current future plans on dealing with COVID-19 in our schools? Will you be keeping the teachers updated and informed? The next student comment was submitted by Alophagia Woods. As a student that has been a part of the Kent School District from K through 12, I believe that some of the COVID protocols aren't as effective as they should be, such as wiping down desks, having certain bathroom closed. I believe that the 6-foot rule is effective and the masks. However, the rest, I feel like it can be avoided and not mandatory. The next student comment was submitted by Kiana Manzano. As a KSD student throughout my high school experience, I have faced the difficulty of having a teacher I am unable to learn from. I was unable to fix that issue after speaking with my counselor, and the difficulties I had with that teacher showed in my grades. At the same time, a star student athlete, the same grade as me, was facing the same issue. But this student was able to quickly resolve that issue by switching to another teacher. My concern from this personal experience is basically, why are students facing the issue and consequences of not being able to get the best education for them unless they are athletes? The next student comment was submitted by Yashli Kadina. I am aware that many staff and school board members have become aware of mental health issues and the impact that it had on many students this past year. I know that explaining this topic to teachers, at least for myself, was difficult since there was not really an understanding. I myself had a very hard past last year, especially with online learning, and felt very unsupported, not just with teachers, but with counselors as well. I am just wondering what the Kent School District will be doing to make sure that teachers get an understanding of mental health and the importance and effects it can have on a student, so students don't feel like staff do not care. The next student comment was submitted by Kayla Kagawa. I am a football player at Kentwood High School and have been playing since before COVID-19. I miss being able to see friends and family after the football games to take pictures. I understand we can't have this because of COVID protocols, but I do believe that at least allowing families to come onto the field to take pictures and talk with the student athlete should be allowed, especially if extended family come to watch the game. Thank you. The next student comment was submitted by Joel Smith. I have a transportation concern that I would like to make the district aware of. The street in front of Kentwood High School, 164th Avenue Southeast, has become very congested this school year. I believe that this is a district issue because it is affecting bus access to the school. The traffic flow has changed significantly this year as opposed to previous years. I believe that a redirection of traffic can be done to improve the situation and improve bus transportation for the district. Lastly, I believe that it is a safety issue as it forces children to be dropped off in the middle of the street to be on time for school. And the last online student comment for the evening was submitted by Samantha Longstaff. I think that since the power was out in the morning at Kentwood High School on 11/9/21, school should have been delayed. It was dark, and if there was a cause for a lockdown, there would have been no way to communicate that information to everyone. That concludes the online student comments for this evening.
How much time do we have, Ms. Santilla? Do you know how much more time we have for, do we have a timer?
You did have two other students that had comment cards. Are you ready with your cards yet? Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Awesome. All right, is it Ava Brownridge? Please, podium right there.
Hi, so my name is Ava Brownrigg, and I know in the previous work meeting you guys were discussing and working on moving up the 6th grade to be part of middle school. I think this could be a beneficial experience for 6th grade students. I remember as a 6th grade student being part of an elementary school. It was not only I felt crowded, but sometimes I felt like there was too much attention on the younger students, and I feel like it gives these older students the opportunity to integrate into a higher learning environment. This will allow them not only to be more integrated into moving up to high school and being more prepared at a younger age, but they perhaps can be more comfortable, and it won't be such a hard transition from that elementary stage to the high school, middle school stage. Thank you.
Right, Russell Carter.
Hey, good evening. This is my first time here. So let me see where I start. So I have a child who has not had access to our education for the past 10 weeks. We've gone through the IEP process over and over, and after this last 3-week stint, came to an agreement today, only to find out that the teacher would not honor it without a union contract. So it was really, I guess, as a parent, being put in the middle of a district union issue is unacceptable, frustrating. I've been a taxpayer in the Kent School District long before I had children. or was married. We asked the school for alternatives, such as a different teacher, but apparently we found out late today that all teachers have been told not to help my child who has special needs. Being this is my first time here, first time in this room, I looked on the wall here, it says successfully preparing all students for their futures. I think it's very inappropriate to have things labeled to present when we're not trying to follow through. My wife has consistently come to these meetings to share the information, to try to help get change, and we've received no help on a solution. So it's my turn to share, and that'll be it. Thank you.
Megan Carter?
So, back again. This morning when I got up, I thought that I was going to come here tonight and give you guys a positive update. We were notified late last week that the district was proposing to put our daughter Ellie back into the program that she had for the first 5 days of school that worked great. That's what we've been asking for the last 10 weeks. We were told there was an agreement between all the parties that everything was taken care of. I'll mention that was after we hired a special education attorney, had this morning was the 7th IEP meeting since August, have put in, I don't even know how many hours, along with my husband and I working full-time and taking care of 2 special needs children. But we felt like we had gotten there. And we went into the meeting this morning with 16 people, all the representatives, and for the first 90 minutes of that meeting, we crafted an IEP as a team that we were all really standing behind. There was no disagreement with what the IEP entailed. At the conclusion of the IEP portion of the meeting, I asked about sort of the nuts and bolts, how things would work, how I would get worksheets for Ellie while she was streaming into the classroom as her special ed accommodation, how I would know if somebody called out sick, just, basic things so that I could be the supportive parent for her at home so she could be successful. At that point, we were told by the teacher that he was not prepared to give us any of that information or agree to implement Ellie's IEP as it was written. He told us that there was no bargained agreement and that was where we stood. The district representative told us that there is no bargaining going on because it's a special ed accommodation and you don't bargain special ed accommodations. So there's a significant disconnect between the two, and my 8-year-old daughter is stuck in the middle, where she has been for 10 weeks with absolutely no movement. There's just no plan, and I really, really thought we were there, and we're not, and I don't know what else to do. We've taken all the steps we've been told to take. We've filed all the complaints we can file, and at this point we're being told we have to go through due process, which costs tens of thousands of dollars, and that's just not acceptable for a child who just needs basic access to her education. We're not asking for anything special. We're just asking for her to have access that also keeps her safe and have her not discriminated on based on her disability, which is what's occurring. So that's the update. I hope that we will at some point make some progress and we can give you a positive update.
Tamara Lucretia?
Hey y'all, actually, my name is Tamara Lucretia. I really didn't come with a complaint like I normally do. First of all, I want to tell the students out there and in here, thank you so much for coming. I think it's very valuable that you're here for your advocacy. This is what you need to do. I also want to thank the 2 directors for your time. We're going to miss you. Good luck on your new venture. Thank you. I do want to ask, this is an ask, it's not, I'm not waiting for an answer. But I need to know when we're gonna have an online auction. I don't wanna hear about second semester, okay? I don't. Because what's gonna happen is, we're gonna hear about it, and then second semester is gonna roll in, and ain't gonna be no online auction. That's what's gonna happen. I'll put money on it. I'll put money on it. Yeah. So, get it together, get it done. We've done it before, the foundation is there. It really doesn't take a lot of brain power to do it, figure it out. But I do want to talk about boundary, because I think this is actually really, really super important. We have a population that's very vocal. And then we have a population that's not so vocal. And the population that's not so vocal are the ones that actually probably could really use some boundary changes because they're busting out at the seams. I'm at a middle school right now that's almost hitting 900. Let's look at how many Northwood has, and let's see if there's a balance, if there's a, what's going on here? So I have a proposal. In the Seattle School District, they have a time where students and families can opt to go to a different school outside of their boundary. It's just kind of one of those things. They have it one time a year. They're not necessarily having to go to the school in their area. So if I lived in the valley and I can get my child to Northwood, I can do that. I don't even see why that would be a big, huge problem. I think that is, somebody opened up the can of worms about equity. That would be an equitable solution. There's a lot of schools out there that have specialized, high schools that have specialized things that other schools don't have. So if somebody at KM wanted to be an auto mechanic, they don't have that at KM, they have to go to Kent Ridge. Why can't they just go to Kent Ridge? What is where their address play a role? So they can't be an auto mechanic because KM doesn't have a car to fix? So let's be a little creative. Let's start reimagining what education looks like. If we're going to talk about boundaries, let's go ahead and just open up the whole can of worms and let's talk about boundaries. Let's look at all of it. And I'm going to push the issue. Thanks. Bye.
LaKenya Moss.
Hi, my name is LaKenya Moss. I am an employee here. I am a teacher. My first time speaking, but not my first time attending. Please bear with me. I want to talk about CRT. You know that little black boy that your child plays with outside? The playground at school, or his science partner in class, or the little black girl that comes over for a birthday party at your house, right? How do you feel about that child? Do you care about that child? Would you put a Band-Aid on a cut if that child fell down? Well, I want you to keep that child in mind as I speak. CRT is for that child you have in mind. That child can and probably will be Trayvon Martin, Samir Rice, Sandra Bland. If that child becomes a statistic, you can't put a Band-Aid on that. But what you can prevent is from that happening with CRT. This is not to take away from how the white children are represented. It's how the others are represented. Again, think of that child that your child plays with. Would you want them to be represented no more than a slave? Or would you want them to be represented as an equal to your child? We try to teach that to all of our children, and that they can be whatever they want, but we all know that is a lie. Do you know why? because of the golden rule. The one who holds the gold makes the rules. And we will never be able to hold the gold. Regardless of how smart, how hard that student worked, that student of color will probably never reach his full potential. The student of color could reach and exceed your expectations. But at the finish line, you change the rules. Did I say student of color? I meant black students, our black students, because we all know that they are an afterthought after everyone else. Finally, CRT is in hopes that history would not be repeated. If history was to repeat themselves, what role would your child play in that story? What role would your child play in that story? What role would your child's black friend play in that story? Would you be proud, or would you be proud of the changes your child could and can make in this world for the better, for humanity?
Ms. Moss, I just want to state for the record that Mr. Wilson has deferred his time to you, so you can continue.
I'm not here to make anyone upset or step on anyone's toes. I'm here simply saying that we need you, all of you. As you fight for your child, please fight for that black child that your child calls a friend. Their lives depend on it. Thank you.
Peter Harrelson?
My name is Peter Harrelson. I'm a parent in the district. I've grown up in Kent School District all my entire life. I went to Fairwood Elementary from 1980 to 1986, then Meeker, and then Kent Ridge graduated in 1993. And my children now attend Kent schools, and my mother was a longtime kindergarten teacher in the Kent School District. So I come to you with that background, and my comment is with respect to the continued closure of Ridgewood Elementary School to parents and volunteers. The principal at Ridgewood closed access to the school to all parents and volunteers at the beginning of the school year and continues to restrict access to the building. In order to enter the building, a parent or prospective visitor is required to email the principal in advance and obtain the principal's subjective permission for visits anywhere in the building, including but not limited to a child's classroom. Most other schools in the Kent School District, including nearby Fairwood Elementary, are open and inviting parent and volunteer involvement, but at Ridgewood, parents are sidelined and dismissed by the principal. Access to children's classrooms for parents and visitors is protected by state law and an important safeguard for equity in the classroom. RCW 28A 605020 mandates the Board of Directors to adopt a policy assuring parents access to their child's classroom to observe class procedure, teaching material, and class conduct in a non-disruptive manner. KSD Policy 4311 states that the board welcomes and encourages visits to schools by parents, residents of the community, educators, and the general public. The superintendent shall establish procedures for visitors to ensure the safety of students, staff, and visitors. KSD Policy 4130P states, in part, parent and family engagement efforts in the Kent School District will be comprehensive, coordinated, systemic, and sustainable, and it follows a laundry list of assurances regarding the board's commitment to parent involvement and engagement. In sum, access to facilities for the district for parents and volunteers and the public is a superintendent level and a board level decision, and not a principal level decision. Even with COVID concerns, the KSD website messaging regarding COVID-19 safety provides specifically for families and visitors to be in KSD schools and buildings with masking and physical distancing. KSD and the board has made district-wide policies on building access, but yet the building size and layout, our principal has told us that building size and layout makes visiting or volunteering impossible. However, neighboring schools with similar layouts or even older, more cramped layouts are open to visitors and parents in accordance with established KSD guidelines. Common spaces in pods at Ridgewood are largely empty during the day, but yet Ridgewood parents cannot enter the building nor even walk their children onto campus. We cannot walk our children onto campus even if we remain outdoors. That is the rule that the principal has set up. As parents, we have significant concerns about the safety of our children when we're not allowed to come onto the school, volunteer, or see any part of the school except when the principal allows us and personally escorts us around the building at the time she determines are appropriate. As parents and community members, we have concerns that the district is failing to adequately monitor the actions of its principals to ensure that a single principal doesn't thwart district-wide educational directives and district-wide policies. We wonder why a district that continually states its commitment to parent involvement would allow a principal to summarily exclude parents and volunteers from the school grounds, with vaccines and masks simply saying, because COVID is not an adequate excuse anymore. I've attempted to engage with this principal. I've attempted to engage with the EDLI involved in this principal. No one will respond. They are unwilling to change, and no person on this board or otherwise has held this principal accountable. These are public schools. I urge this board and the superintendent to take back Ridgewood Elementary from the principal and bring it into compliance with state law and policies and procedures established by the board for parent and volunteer access. Thank you.
Excuse me, President Daniels. I'd like to share that we have reached the full 30 minutes of our preliminary comment section.
Right. We'll have additional comments at the end of the meeting. We're on to agenda item 4.0, our interim superintendent report.
Thank you, President Daniels. I want to first thank the community and staff members who came to one or more of our 3 community conversations or watched the recordings online. These opportunities allowed us to share information on these significant initiatives in our district this year. Boundary changes, a replacement of our educational programs and operations levy, and the superintendent search. Overall, the conversations focused on boundary changes. We saw a depth of participation from one community with concerns about the impact of proposed boundary changes. However, I also heard through these conversations a general understanding of the need to make boundary changes, broad support for moving 6th graders to middle school, and the desire of community members to be involved in the process. Earlier this evening, Mr. Heath shared our proposal for moving forward. I stand behind this recommendation to our board to move forward with the proposed timelines and steps. While I had hoped that the timeline would be more accelerated, as learners, we must be flexible and adapt to the needs of our organization and mindful of the context in which we make decisions. I fully recognize that whatever decision we make about boundary changes, when those are implemented, not everyone will be happy. However, I also know that our decisions and actions must be student-centered, future-focused, and consider everyone impacted. I look forward to the work to come and thank you in advance for continuing to engage in this process with us as we move forward. Next week, we celebrate American Education Week. This is a time to celebrate our fantastic staff of nearly 4,000 in KSD, who have been working tirelessly to support our students and each other. I recognize our staff's hard work and dedication in supporting our students and families amidst extraordinary challenges. This pandemic has impacted all of us in so many ways. I know that each of us in Team KSD is working through trauma caused by COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, our staff at every level has experienced an unprecedented amount of stress impacting their mental health. Like the rest of the country, we also continue to see many staff shortages across all teams and positions. The levels of stress in our staff are incredibly concerning, and I believe this has, in part, led to the high volume of planned leave for Friday, November 12th. Over the last week, we've exhausted all possibilities to ensure we could operate schools safely this Friday, but the numbers just do not add up. This is why we announced earlier today that Friday, November 12th, 2021, our district and schools will be closed. This extended holiday weekend is one small way to show empathy for students, staff, and families. I sincerely hope that the 2 long weekends this month, tied to holidays, will positively benefit our students and staff, providing much-needed rest and restoration. This month, we celebrate Native American Heritage Month, Veterans Day, and Thanksgiving holiday. We continue to celebrate the beautiful diversity of our district and work to ensure students and staff feel welcome and safe in our classrooms, schools, and buildings. It does not escape me that for many Native Americans, Thanksgiving is a day of mourning and protest. For many Native Americans, Thanksgiving Day commemorates the arrival of settlers in North America and the centuries of oppression and genocide that followed. May we, as members of KSD, committed to equity as a core value, take time this month to honor and remember the hundreds of thousands of Native Americans who lost their lives at the hands of colonialists and the genocide of whole tribes. We are grateful to live and work as guests on these lands with descendants and members of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced occupation of their territory. We honor and recognize the many diverse indigenous people connected to this land on which we gather, and we aspire to uphold our responsibilities as guests on their ancestral land, according to their example of strength and resilience. This month, and all year, may we remember and celebrate the vibrant and powerful Native descendants, families, and communities that thrive to this day throughout the culture, our community, and the country. In closing, I want to express again during this Thanksgiving season how grateful I am for the time and talent that our incredible educators share with our students and families. I thank our teachers, our paraeducators, school-based administrators, and our support staff at each school, and our central office staff and leaders. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, at this time, we are on to our legislative update, and in-person public comment submission is now closed. So if there are any additional comment cards, please make sure they are in the blue box in the back of the room. Director Vengadaslam.
Yes, thank you. I want to just first talk about our WASDA conference, annual conference that's happening at end of the month. I know several of us are going to be there. We had a discussion amongst board members of color to talk about the framework we're setting up to support those who are coming up into the school boards who are in need of supports because we face a number of obstacles and barriers in preparation, in running campaigns, and in understanding systems, navigating systems, and in general, the conversations or communication amongst board members and not understanding the difficulties faced by many in our community who want to be part of school board but simply can't complete their sessions. And so we've come up with about 24 items that that the entire WASDA community can kind of look through and review and discuss the underlying desires and outcomes we want to see in our school districts. And some of this is underway and some of it is being planned, and there's a lot under the framing of the framework and the documents that we're going to be submitting. And so one of the things that we will be asking all board directors to do at this conference is to sort of rank what is critical and desired in the board structure, and looking at also a networking opportunity where there are members of boards of color who can provide supports to those who are coming up in this board positions. So it's going to be a very collaborative, but it's also going to be somewhat, I don't want to say controversial, but somewhat somewhat of a difficult conversation to have. And so I'm really looking forward to this, and I want to thank so many of us that were able to bring together our proposal for preparing, recruiting, and retaining individuals from diverse backgrounds. This was one of our big priorities on our legislative positions, and it handily passed in the Legislative Assembly we just had. I just spent 2 days, 2 full days, well, 1.5 day, working with our board of directors in around the state. We have about 264 directors, and we're 264 school districts, and we had our top priorities, top 20 priorities in our legislative positions, and basically all of them passed, but it was very interesting, and I know those of you who were able to join us really understood the power of democracy and how that was demonstrated in these events, and it's so critical for us as Kent School District to have a presence, and testifying on all of these particular proposals really helped us through the weighted vote pass some of this. I just want to mention the attract, recruit, and retain diverse school board directors and what happened there. It was a little bit contentious because one of the clauses in that particular proposal talked about eliminating the citizenship requirement to run for a school board to allow permanent legal residents to serve. And that came about because at North Shore, rightly, or Shoreline, one of those school districts had a board director who had all of the necessary skills, willing to serve, but when they found out she was not a citizen, she was disqualified from that role. And so when this came up, there was quite a bit of tension amongst board members, and they wanted this to be amended. And so the amendment passed originally, but then what happened was our board directors took a what they call a weighted vote. You know, different districts have different number of votes, and so Kent and very large districts have quite a number of extra votes. And so because we took a weighted vote, that fell apart, and that did not pass. And so then the position with that particular clause to allow permanent legal residents to serve passed. So it's just an incredible demonstration of what, as I said, democracy looks like when you participate. And we've had this involvement for a couple of years now. So I'm really proud that it's passed, and now we can go and speak to our legislators in January. And I know this is my last regular board meeting, but I plan to continue to work with our legislators to be ensuring that this passes, because it's really important to have representation in our school board. So I think that was the primary thing, but there were a number of other things that passed, and WASDA is going to give a summary of all of that, so I'll just wait for that to submit it to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are on to our presentations. 6.01, Interim Superintendent Vela, will you please introduce Interim Chief of School Operations and Academic Support, Andy?
Absolutely. I'd like to introduce our interim chief of school operations and academic support, who will be introducing our guests tonight. From Glenridge.
All right, we're very happy to have Team Glenridge Elementary give us a presentation tonight, and I've got to sit next to their bear all meeting so far, so that's been fun too. So without further ado, I will introduce the principal of Glenridge to introduce his team and start the presentation.
And look at their gender neutral pronouns.
President Daniels, Vice President Bettinger, Director Venkatasalam, Director Hamada, Director Bento, Interim Superintendent Vela. It's a pleasure for me to present to you a very special program that we have at Glenridge. But before I want to take a personal point of privilege, and I would like to thank so much President Daniels and Director Venkatasalam for the privilege of working under your leadership. It's truly been an honor, so I want to thank you for that. But we're here to celebrate something, as you can see from the bear. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce our team. I'll turn it over to our assistant principal, Sunny Savage, who will take the honors.
All right, he did all the hard stuff, so now I get to do the fun stuff. My name is Sunny Savage, Assistant Principal at Glenridge, and I'm going to have my team, our team, go ahead and introduce themselves before we get started.
Hi everyone, I'm Carrie Colonzo. My pronouns are she, her. I am the librarian and tech integration specialist at Glenridge and proud member of the Kent Educators of Color Network.
Good evening. My name is Mary Hernandez. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a 4th grade teacher at Glenridge.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Markuson, and I am a 2nd grade educator at Glenridge.
All right, so I don't want to cause a problem here, so let's see. Just click, okay. All right, so let's share a little bit about what we do. Choose Kind is all about what we believe at our school. It is important for us, we feel as a staff, to build community and to build a sense of belonging in our school. So we take great pride and effort in our work to do that with our students. And our goal is to encourage all of our Glenridge community, that's including our staff members and our people that work in our building. We have a daycare. All of us work together to create this sense of belonging. And we want to practice kindness, and this allows us to have a safe, positive learning environment and a working environment for all of our learning community.
So we started Choose Kind in the 2017-2018 school year. We had a staff member who had a couple of her own children attend Lake Wilderness Elementary School in Tahoma, and they had a program called Choose Kind, where all the students received a t-shirt, they wore it on the same day, and they worked to promote kindness. And we thought that was a great idea, so we borrowed their idea and implemented it at Glenridge. We fundraised the money to give every student a staff member a shirt, so nobody had to pay out of pocket for those shirts. And we kicked it off with an assembly with a visit from a local author, and we gathered everybody together for a picture in their shirts. And we encouraged community building by planning activities that centered around kindness.
All right, and our students love to talk about Choose Kind, so we have just a little bit of a video sharing some of their thoughts.
question is, why is choose kind important? If I treat people kindly, they will treat me kindly and others. When we share, we are choosing kind. If everyone is treated kindly, they're gonna love coming to school. Choose kind is important because it can help everyone have a safe learning environment if we choose kind. The second question is, what do you like about choose kind? So I like choose kind shirts because we can change them into different colors, and I just like choose kind shirt. Thanks so much. I like choose kind because I like being kind and making new friends. I like choose kind because it's good for choosing kind, not bullying. Instead of bullying, choose kind. I like choose kind because it shows happiness, and that means no fighting and no hitting. I love choose kind because I want to help people in need, include them in everything, and choose kind. I like choose kind because it teaches people to do the right thing. I like choose kind because other people walk around spreading kindness and filling other people's buckets.
Okay, so back in the pre-COVID days, if you think back to 2018, there were lots of different things we did to promote kindness at Glenridge. So one thing we did, we had our classes paired up, and so we would have, let's say, a 4th grade class buddy up with a 1st grade class, and they would be partner up all year, and they would participate in different activities. So they might get together and do an art project, or just find ways that we could help kids connect and find community with those groups of kids within their class and with their buddy classroom. And the kindness posters, we would make a poster with different ways that people could be kind. So it might be smile at someone or say thank you. And so each teacher would either find a way to notate that. Maybe somebody would write their name if they did that act, or they might add a sticker. But it was just a constant growing way for us to practice and spread kindness at Glenridge. And a We Day is something that we started a few years ago. So kind of set up like stations. So the cross-age buddy classes would go to the different stations and participate in different community building activities. So we actually have a We Day coming up in a few weeks. And then Kindness Day again in June. It was a similar idea where we would set up different stations, and there would be many activities that students could participate in.
Well, Sin, that is a little nighttime activity. At some time, we'll let you see that. We had a video that just showed some of the clips that we had. Yeah, do you want me to try again? I'll try again.
You got this, Sunny.
Yeah, I don't know. It showed a couple of the activities our students participated in during our pre-COVID opportunities. Yay. Who's going to come save the day?
I wouldn't speak so soon.
Okay. Well, so what you would see in this clip is that students are working together. You'd see a couple of those activities where students are working with a partner. We did an activity called Common Ground where students were able to say that what they had in common with somebody else. High five. Thank you. It looks really good though, I'm telling you.
I'm not sure. It's possible it wasn't embedded into.
Oh, possibly not. Okay. Okay. So anyway, and we had another activity where a big line of students held hands and they worked through a hula hoop all the way through the line, and the laughing and giggling, it's super fun and pretty crazy, but the kids really enjoy it. And the focus of this is to build community and also to help kids, all of our students, develop kindness skills. And so that was the focus of this. We're looking for a new We Day, which is coming up the Thursday before Thanksgiving break. We are going to do another We Day. And because of COVID, we'll just be a little limited in what we can do as far as switching and working with cross-age buddies, but we're definitely going to be focusing on kindness and building those skills this year.
So we were really determined to keep Choose Kind going as we went into remote learning. So we fundraised for the shirts again, and then when all the students came to pick up their supplies, we gave them their shirts with their supplies, so they had them from the very beginning of the year as a way to build community, even from home. Instead of doing the traditional We Day, obviously we couldn't get all together, so we had grade level meetings on Teams where all of the classes got together and did communal activities. We provided, as the Choose Kind team, activities and read alouds for individual classes to do. And then we really encouraged students to wear their shirts on Wednesdays. We have a screenshot in there of kids wearing their shirts. To keep kids excited about Choose Kind, they got to vote on the shirt colors for each year, and that also included last year. And for the big reveal, we invited Harry the Husky to come and do the reveal on camera in an all-school assembly.
All right, so we have been keeping equity in mind. So we've made sure that the team works to raise the funds to provide these shirts. We've provided them to our students, our staff members, the Champions Daycare staff, our community sponsors, and also our bus drivers. So we're really involving our entire community. And during the pandemic, we had a growing and learning experience because we were super excited, wanted to continue to promote Choose Kind, even though we were in a remote setting. So we did get the shirts out to everyone. And then we thought we're gonna recognize the kids that are wearing them and celebrate that. Well, so then one day we got a phone call from a family that said, hey, want you to think about this for a minute because not all the kids can wear those shirts for whatever reason. And we were so excited because we were including everybody, but it was a huge step for us to really think a little bit more intentionally about what we're doing. So it was a learning opportunity. Glen Ridge continues to learn and grow around equity and wanting to make sure that our practices are very inclusive.
So we have been able to do this program based on amazing community partners that we've made. You'll notice that each of us is wearing a different color shirt, so they're each a different year. So the blue shirt is the first year, and if you look on the back, there's not a ton of community partners listed. Choose Kind Bear is sporting the newest color, the gray. And we've been able to grow our community sponsorships, and it's been really cool too because when people donate and get their name on the back, we also give them a shirt as well. So they're able to promote kindness to the community and feel connected to Glen Ridge.
So starting back this year, we were able to roll out on the very first day. Everyone in person got their shirts. We had a whole school assembly via Teams, which was very exciting. Like it's mentioned that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, we'll have our modified We Day this year. So a menu of activities to build community within classrooms that everyone will get to participate in with an assembly. And we're still continuing to think about how we can continue to grow this. So whether it's service projects or whatever we can imagine and dream, that's what we're working towards to continue to make sure that this program includes everyone at Glen Ridge.
All right, so this is a picture of Glen Ridge. This year we have our staff picture together, and then we asked our students to step outside and take a picture. So we did bring a Choose Kind shirt for our board members, and I just want you to know that you have to be really careful what day you wear it. I couldn't decide what to wear one morning, so I said, I'm just gonna wear it. It was Monday. Threw on a Choose Kind shirt, went to school. Student looked at me and said, Miss Savage, you can't wear that shirt. It's not Wednesday. So we're inviting you to join us with your Choose Kind shirts. Join us on Wednesday for Choose Kind. Thank you so much for having us here tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Comments, questions?
I hate that I'm wearing a mask right now because I don't know how big you could see me smiling. I was in your school on Friday, and it was just, you could feel a very positive energy there, and so I got to see it in firsthand play out, so I'm really thrilled. And, as I confessed, one of my friends from 3rd grade teaches at that school. So. But yeah, it's awesome. Thank you so much for presenting today. And I guess if you have any questions, what questions do you have?
No, I just also wanted to add, I thank you so much for presenting, and we got a chance to really see a lot about this program at the Schools Foundation a few years ago, and I think the principal sets the tone, and, you know, it's just an amazing program. Thank you so much.
And I just, again, was at your school, was exciting that day, and so much energy going on there, and what a great program. And I have to share a secret that our superintendent enjoyed some treats there along with us on the Be Kind Day, so watch out. But thank you very much for all you do. We greatly appreciate it. I totally realize it's been a tough couple of years, and we're not through it yet. But with good people like all of you and many more, we're going to get through this. So thank you.
No questions, but again, thank you for all that you do. I was not able to attend, unfortunately, but I would love to come visit and see all the action at your school. But thank you for everything that you do and what you do for students. I'm very excited this program exists and that you're doing it there. So thank you so much.
Yeah, ditto. Thank you, guys. I know Glen Ridge has been recognized for lots of wonderful things, and so this is just another one. I think too often we don't hear about this stuff outside of the academic. And so this is huge, and I know your students are just really benefiting from it. And again, I agree, it's leadership. So thank you guys so much for leading this work and continuing it. It's really appreciated. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this made our night, my night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Well, we're on to our agenda item 6.02, our year-end financial update for 2020, 2021, and our 2021-22 budget update. Interim Superintendent.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our Chief Accountability Officer, Dr. Joel Harmon, who will introduce our presenter for tonight.
Good evening, President Daniels, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Bella, and Ms. Dantello. I am happy to bring to you Mr. Ben Rarick, who is going to share the end of our previous fiscal year's update and some other financial updates related to that as well. Mr. Rarick.
Good evening, Chair Daniels, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela. It's my pleasure to present the year-end KSD financial report. I see that you have a lot of items on your agenda this evening, and so in the interest of economizing time and moving through, I'll move pretty quickly. Feel free to stop me at any time. Okay, so in this presentation, you have, this is essentially two mini presentations. Part one concerns our year-end financial report. So we have now submitted our unaudited financials to the state of Washington as of October 25th, and we'll be going over the results of that. The second portion provides you some budget status update information through the month of September. Okay, I'm showing you two data tables. I show the whole table in the interest of some transparency. I realize it's pretty technical, but some people like to see this publicly in its entirety. So I'm going to pick out a couple of highlights. The first data table is our assets and liabilities. That depicts the financial state of a district at a point in time. The one thing I'd point out here is that the bottom left-hand corner shows a figure of $58.5 million fund balance. You'll notice that's a little smaller than last year, and that indicates that we spent more than we took in the year we just finished, and we'll get into that a little more in subsequent slides. The second data table, remember the first one is a point in time. The second one is the table of revenues and expenditures, and that shows the financial activities of a district over a period of time, in this case 1 year, ending August 31st of 2021. Okay, two things I wanted to pull out here. The first is that you see on the far left-hand corner for the general fund, that revenues to expenditures line indicating negative $6 million, okay? So that's just simply indicating what I had referenced earlier. We started the year second to the last line there with a fund balance of 64.5 million. Now we're down to 58.5 million. Okay, the second thing I want to reference is fourth column over the capital projects fund. You probably remember last year, going into last year, that the year we just finished, that was a big spend year. Remember, we were opening new schools, lots going out of the capital projects fund, and indeed that materialized. So we started the year with a $121 million fund balance. We had sold bonds, we had, right? And major expenditures out of capital projects fund, and as expected last year, bringing that fund balance all the way down to $54 million. So one of the largest activity years we've had in the capital projects fund, certainly in recent history, and all to the benefit of having some beautiful new buildings open up around the district. Okay, so this graph elucidates a little more clearly the point of year by year. Some years we spend more than we take in, and other years we take in more than we spend, right? You'll see for the fiscal year 14, 15, 16, 17, all those were red. And you remember we had consecutive years of almost $10 million being underwater in that respect. And that led to some of the financial challenges that the district had at that particular point in time, fiscal year 2017. Some of you were here for that. That was followed by 3 years of rebuilding a fund balance and substantial surplus. Then this is the first year that we spent more than we took in. Frankly, most of which is attributable to the volatility of the COVID-19 global pandemic situation. So I'm not terribly alarmed by this result, but obviously 3 and 4 years of consecutive of this would obviously be kind of retracing history in a negative way. Okay, so this graph showed you each year spend over revenue. This graph shows the actual amount of the fund balance. Are you tracing with me the difference? Okay. So it sort of mirrors what you saw in the previous graph, and you see the low point of fiscal year 2017 where the district was actually negative in the general fund and loaned itself money on interest from the capital projects fund, followed by 3 years of a major rebuilding effort. And now you see us leveling out and indeed going down a little bit. Again, not at an alarming rate, but you can see this is a key moment in the financial history of the school district. Okay? Our budget is 80 to 85% cost of staff. Okay, so monitoring the expenditures on staffing is monitoring the budget in great order. Here you're seeing not budgeted positions, but actual filled positions at a point in time, comparing 2 years. Okay, so September of the 21-22 year as opposed to the prior September, what you're seeing here is an increase in staffing in the certificated ranks and a decrease in staffing in the classified ranks. When I say staffing, I'm saying the number of people we actually have hired right now. That's different than what we have funded in the budget, okay? And the key here is that it shouldn't surprise you that you see a little decline in the classified ranks, as the labor market conditions right now are such that all school districts are having a hard time hiring classified staff of various types, okay? But because of some of the staffing increases we had on the certificated side, and because the labor market conditions are a little different in that environment, we have managed to increase staffing in that area. Okay. We have very significant untapped potential in ESSER. Okay, so at this point, we have claimed all of ESSER 1 availability. We go into this year with very significant capacity to make claims in ESSER. Some, but not all of that capacity will be used up for the fact that we are maintaining staffing despite very large enrollment declines. Okay, that kind of completes the high-level flyover of the year-end results. Okay, if there aren't any questions on that, I'm going to proceed into some current year updates. Okay. These results are pretty expected for September. You're going to see some big numbers moving around, but remember, last year we were not in school buildings in September. This year we're in school buildings in September, and so when you look, for example, on the right, and you see, you know, a 300% increase, or a 147% increase in some of these non-salary areas. That doesn't mean that spending's out of control. That means last year, we remember how low we were in expenditures when we were completely virtual in some of these areas where we budgeted for a year, where we thought we would be live. So what's really happening is a bounce back to normal in some of these non-salary accounts. But one of the things that I keep very close eye on is, again, far right-hand side, and a good number for all of us to keep track of, what's the percentage growth in payroll? We're up 7.2% in payroll year to year. I keep very close tabs on that because that's what's really driving the bulk of our expenses here, okay? On the left, you're seeing some depictions of revenue. I just want to remind, there's this chart and there's a subsequent chart. Take these revenue charts with a grain of salt. There's just not a lot that we can learn about revenue this early in the year, and the reason for that is because the vast majority of our revenue is driven by enrollment, and the state funds us based on our projected enrollment for the first few months of the year. We don't start kind of correcting for actual enrollment until January and February. So the amount of money that we're being sent right now is at the high number. And so just take it with a grain of salt at this point. Same point here on revenues by source. When you're looking at the 3,000, the 4,000, and even frankly the 2,000 series, these are all predicated on our enrollment projections, and we know based on previous presentations that we're over 1,000 students fewer in actual enrollment than we were at this time last year. Okay. Expenditures by program. What you're seeing here is that I'm going to ask you to look at the bottom right-hand corner of the graph comparing the 7.04% and the 6.18%. We are spending a greater percentage of our established budget through the month of September. Again, not surprising. Why? We're in buildings, so we are spending the sorts of things that would be associated with having live in-person bricks and mortar instruction when we were not last year. And same is true for expenditures by object. What you're going to see here is actually we're fairly constant in terms of the percent of budget for salaries, but we're considerably higher for the percent of budget of the non-salary items. You see that down there in the bottom left, the 5, 7, 8, and 9,000. And again, I expect that to continue, because last year there just was limits to what we could spend when we're in a completely virtual environment in that respect. Things like staff development travel or in-person book supplies and materials, we spent pennies on the dollar compared to prior years. Okay. And finally, we have some updated data from October in terms of enrollment. Remember, September we were way down. We had a little bit of a bounce back in October. So here's the raw data, but I think it'll better illustrate in this graph here. All right. And so you'll see that the blue bar there, while still way down from prior years, way down from the budgeted amount, it's kind of following the same shape and trajectory as each of the 3 previous years. If you kind of take the dotted line year out, which was last year, and very atypical, obviously, from it being a virtual learning year. So the good news is we did get more students in October. The mitigating news there is that that's kind of how it goes. Like the districts typically grow a little bit in October, and then they tend to even out November and December. And in fact, I've seen the preliminary November numbers, and sure enough, we even out just as we had in prior years. Okay, so tried to go quickly there, but 5 takeaways. Year end only happens once a year, and it's a landmark part of our financial journey. So it's good to take a moment to take these takeaways in here. The first is that this was the first year of an operating deficit after 3 years of surplus. So part of our journey was building that fund balance back up. Last year, we had an operating deficit. Okay? We spent more than we took in. Now, we have enough fund balance that that's not terribly concerning in the moment, but we start to look to trends in the future and whether we could stem the tide of that so that it's not a reoccurring multi-year dynamic in the district. Payroll is up about 7%. Actually, raw salary, base salary is up even more than that. So as we have increases in staffing and increases in compensation, we have almost a commensurately large decline in enrollment. And obviously that's a conflict that would not survive over the long term. As you saw, non-salary expenses are bouncing back because we're back in building. So nothing wrong about seeing those large increases. It's actually kind of back to normal in that respect. And as I said, enrollment does pose a long-term threat to our financial stability. I suppose the only consolation to that is that all of my peers in neighboring districts are saying the same thing to their boards. Their districts are losing enrollment. We're a little on the higher side on that, but districts are losing enrollment, and all of us are kind of in the same long-term conundrum in terms of how to deal with that and whether those students ultimately return post-pandemic. And then we are a district that has very significant capacity for ESSER claims, and at this point, I'm looking for this year to be a very significant opportunity for the district to engage in new programming, new investments, so we can fully take advantage of that funding from the federal government. That completes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
I have a couple questions. I was reading somewhere that ESSER provides opportunities for staffing and even like signing bonuses, et cetera. Is that something that our district is looking into to retain staff or to invite staff into our district?
So you read that it was available for staffing. That is true. You read that it was available for salary bonuses?
Hiring bonuses, things like that.
Okay, hiring bonuses. I will say that the reason I'm kind of zoning in on exactly the language you're using is the law has a very specific reference to the types of compensation that are not allowed. And the term bonus is actually appears in the list of preclusions in the federal law. So I'm not sure. There might be some nuance there, but in the guidance and the regulation training that we got from OSPI, we were told, in fact, that bonuses, however you define a bonus, but bonuses were actually discouraged and or precluded
So I
by
guess
the
my
federal guidance.
question is, what I was reading said something about bringing in staff. I don't know if we call it a bonus, maybe it is a nuance, but I'm curious what that language is and if
Yeah,
we're
we
using
can
that.
we can use ESSER funding to pay for labor associated with preparing for and what am I trying to say here? Deal with the ramifications of COVID-19. So if we heap extra responsibilities on a particular employee or we need extra staff to deal with a situation, it's appropriate to use ESSER funding for those purposes. But once you get into the phrasing of bonus, I think we have to tread cautiously there.
Got it. So it is. So it feels very nuanced, but in some ways, yes, but not exact bonuses.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's right.
Okay, cool. And the other thing I was wondering as far as programming and whatnot, because of shortages and whatnot, I'm wondering if we're looking into programs like teacher residency programs, like Seattle has to, like, for paraeducators to become teachers, or other programs to bring paraeducators in. Like, I know Renton School District does the Teacher Academy program at the high school where students can get paraeducators certified by the end of the program. So I'm wondering if we're going to use some ESSER funds for some programs like that to help with staffing.
I would not be able to speak to that as the budget person, but I'm certain that others are listening to your statement and we'll take note of that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
And thanks again for your presentation. I always appreciate all the takeaways from this. So again,
you.
thank you for all that
Well, I
you do.
appreciate that comment. I really do.
And I'd just like to talk a little bit about, and perhaps this is not under your purview either, Mr. Rarick, and I thank you for, again, tonight, a great presentation to keep us updated, is a lot of the, and we've already spent some of this money helping our community partners that we haven't been able to help before. We've added those on. and all of that, the wraparound services are so important to our students. Are we educating, though, because I've had this background in nonprofits and how hard it is to keep them sustainable, because a lot of times you'll receive grants and then they're gone. Are you educating and preparing a lot of these community organizations that we're going to help you get started to get going, but you want to be looking down the road that you're going to have to find some other funding to continue at this level? And I just think the educational piece to them is important. I don't know if that falls under our district, but I think it's important before, they don't realize that that this isn't going to be probably ongoing at that level, maybe,
Right.
but maybe not.
Yeah.
Before they're out of funds and say, oh, they only helped us this long and now we're done,
Right. Yeah, so you're right that not all of that is within my purview in terms of educating the organizations and so forth, but I can say that in the cases where we have been looking at investments with our partners, whether it's summer school, I think you'll probably be hearing at next board meeting, some investments in mental health. Again, we're going into all of those contractually, all cards on the table. This is for a finite period of time. And that's just being a good partner with our partners so that they know what to expect and doesn't make it any less challenging. But at least it's full disclosure. We have a window of opportunity to make some really significant and helpful investments for our kids. And then what happens on the back end of that is a challenge for us and our partners. And hopefully we'll be strategic about that transition.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to just bring up something similar regarding our messaging on the levy. And I think it's going to be really critical that we talk about not just the ESSER claims, but that 85% of it being salaried, that's significant. But we were also very frugal in years past when we had the financial situation. So I can just see that what is going to come up in the minds of folks is going to be that operating deficit verbiage. And so it's going to be really critical to explain how we got to that point where we had to rely on our fund balance. And so my question on that was, if we're going to adhere to our policies and we're looking at 3 years down the road, like at what point are we going to dip from that 5% of the fund balance? I know we're looking at previous expenses, and that's why it's always difficult to gauge that, because last year we didn't have expenses. So how are we factoring that kind of decision-making?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm sorry that I didn't include this slide, but we are well north of 5% at this point, so we're good there.
But 3 years from if we think, you're saying about, in
Yes.
about 3 years, we're
Yes.
going to be in a difficult position.
Yeah. Let me see how I can describe this without getting too terribly technical, keeping it at a policy level. I think one difference I hope is that we are literally every meeting, we have an eagle eye on what we're spending, right? So I don't know if that was true last go around. I'm not going to cast aspersions one way or another, but clearly this board is engaged and understands exactly on a month-to-month basis and in some detail, where we're at. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is that, we did build a fund balance of $60 million. This is why you have a fund balance, so that you can ride out some of these situations without having to make big staffing cuts. So we're reaping, in a way, we're reaping the benefit of having that robust fund balance right now, because as other districts are looking to shave people off and make cuts even in the year in some cases, We're not going to be doing that. So just a declining fund balance in and of itself is not like an immediate fire alarm situation, you know. I think that the concern that I've heard in other districts is that people are saying, well, you got this ESSER money, why do you need a levy? And that is just a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation, you know, and it pertains to the resolution that you're going to have later this evening. An M&O levy is for maintenance and operations of a school district, not one-time expenditures, but the fundamental operation of this organization. That is the exact opposite of what ESSER is for. ESSER is for enhancements that are one-time in nature, and so they're I mean, maybe not completely separate, but they're conceptually totally separate pots of money. And the thought that if we didn't have a levy, we just use the ESSER. No, that is absolutely antithetical to the purpose of the federal law, and in fact, wouldn't even be allowed. So it's really going to be important that we emphasize that point over and over. And again, we're not alone in that. Our neighboring districts are in the same boat in terms of trying to make that clear with their constituencies. So trust me, if you know, I have not shied away from communicating about our need to take actions when it's necessary. I feel like right now we're in a solid cash position, and we need to see some of those kids come back. But if we don't, we will be in a different situation in a year from now. That's just kind of the reality of it.
Yeah, and so Ben, it's not your presentations necessarily concerning. I think it's how we do that messaging.
Yeah.
Kind
right.
of January.
And I'm agreeing with that, yeah.
Yeah, and you've just given us a brochure.
Yeah.
In how
yeah,
that works. Yeah.
They're completely different pots of money for completely different purposes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have concerns, you know, more for next year, especially if students don't come back because, you know, that, and you're correct, it is happening all over, but we had a pretty big dip, so I'm glad to see we got some more in October, but at what point are we going to start? At what point do we start worrying, you know? I guess that would be my question.
Yeah, well, I want to be clear about, like, I'm worried, okay? It's worried like lowercase w.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to, I didn't mean that as a joke, like, there's like, you know, if our current situation did not rectify itself over a year, that would be cause for action. Now, a district with a $60 million fund balance doesn't need to ring that bell right now. That's the reason why you have the fund balance. That is the whole purpose of having that board policy and having that, you know, so, you know, so I would consider myself in a heightened state of alert right now. And that as we move through this year and see how much we have to rely on federal assistance to get through the year, we go into the next budget cycle kind of knowing, like, okay, we can't really wait around any longer for these kids to show back up. This is our new normal, and we need to plan for that. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm not concerned. I am concerned, but there's the concern, and then there's like the timing of action, and I'm not recommending any action right now.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just a very frugal person, so like if this was my home budget, I would have already like reduced my cable channels and things like that to start cutting money.
60 million in the bank.
I've got a cap.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Eric.
All right, we are on to agenda item 6.03, interim superintendent Bailey.
Yes, I'd like to introduce our interim chief of school operations academic support, Mr. Randy Heath, who's going to introduce our team who will be presenting tonight on our McKinney-Vento program out of Student and Family Support Services. So, Mr. Heath.
All right. Thank you, President Daniels, members of the board, interim Superintendent Vela. So I'm happy to introduce our interim Executive Director of Student and Family Support Services, Ms. Susie Whitlock, and with us is Lori Medeo, our McKinney-Vento liaison. And so they're going to tell you a little more about our McKinney-Vento program.
Thank you. Thank you. Will you do it for me? Thank you. From a distance, that's awesome. Good evening, President Daniels, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela. It's my privilege to be here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the McKinney-Vento program. We're going to take a broad view, just really a snapshot of what the McKinney-Vento Act provides, talk a little bit about funding around McKinney-Vento, and then how it supports students who qualify for these services in our district. And Lori is our resident expert here, and in fact, is really vital to the supports we provide. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that, a lot about that actually in the presentation tonight. So what is the McKinney-Vento Act? Really the full purpose is to provide supports for our students who lack regular, fixed, and adequate housing. And that's the big umbrella. And from there, we have federal and state regulations that say this is about removing barriers and access to school, achieving credit, earning grades, the coursework, and then school districts, as we do, have policies and procedures in place to make sure we remove barriers to things like enrollment and attendance and identification for students qualifying for those services. And then within those guidelines specifically says that districts have to have a McKinney-Vento liaison who becomes your resident expert, who helps with those process of identification of students, the supports that are available, and then making sure that we're connecting with our community partners, not only to provide the supports for the students in schools, but really the wraparound services and supports for kids and families. The theme of removing barriers is really what McKinney-Vento is about. And a big piece of that is providing stability for our students. And sometimes that means keeping them in the school that they were in when they became homeless or when they moved into temporary housing. Sometimes that means they're in a different school boundary, they're in a different school district. And so Lori, again, is a key person who works with the schools, who works with the families to look at what's in the best interest. Can we make this work? Are we putting a young child on a transportation for too long? All of those factors, and working with students and families to determine what is that best interest. Within that, then we provide transportation for students who may be traveling long distances to school, who may need that school stability is what they have and what we can reinforce for them. So what does transportation look like? How we make that happen? Again, Lori is key in working with not only our district, but the transportation companies we contract with other school districts to make sure those components are all in place. It also is key that we enroll students immediately. Sometimes these students don't have birth certificates or immunization records, so we enroll those students right away. And then Lori sometimes will be working with the family to, do we need to get a new birth certificate for you? How do we take care of those other things while the student is in school rather than holding students out and making them wait for those things? We also are required to establish a building McKinney-Vento liaison, and those building liaisons are oftentimes a counselor or someone who works closely with those students and families. So they really are the front line for the students and families. Lori provides that support. She provides training for those McKinney-Vento liaisons, and she really is active in contacting other schools and other districts. Maybe a student is coming from another district, and how do we support and what kind of needs do they have? And so advocating in that larger way for students and families. McKinney-Vento funding. Really, first and foremost, our McKinney-Vento students are our Kent School District students. They receive basic ed funding. They may be involved with categorical programs. They may qualify for LAP services. They may be in a Title I school. They may be at Glenridge involved in their programs. So they are first and foremost a Kent School District student who gets all of the benefits and programs and services we have. And in addition to that, they also, through our Title I funds, we are required to set aside 1% of our Title I funds specifically for our McKinney-Vento students. So this year, that's approximately $80,000. And I'll talk a little bit more in detail about what that provides. There's also a variety of federal, state, local, some private grants, and I'll give you some details about those grant opportunities. But again, those provide the additional supports that students may need who are experiencing homelessness. And transportation, you know, I think that's one of the big highlights often of McKinney-Vento is it's expensive to run buses, you know, to Lakewood in Tacoma, or to run them up north and to transport students. But the state transportation funding model actually has a component in it now, it hasn't always existed in there, that allows for, it's McKinney-Vento transportation funding, where we look at mileage, we look at the number of students transported, the number of trips, the cost of all the other pieces, like routers who do that special transportation, and the time involved with that, and that becomes part of the funding model for transportation. So 18-19, our last kind of typical transportation year, the district was funded at 98% of the actual transportation costs. So the 2%, not necessarily McKinney-Vento student transportation, it's not broken out that way when we get the funding allocation, but only 2% came out of basic funds for transportation. McKinney-Vento transportation, as I've looked, it runs a little less than 10% of the total transportation budget. And in 1920, the state actually fully funded transportation. So again, accounting for all of those costs associated with McKinney-Vento. So that's a really important piece, and I think a really important part of the information of what the state funding provides for. So what about McKinney-Vento in the district? And again, you know, we've heard a lot about the transitions in the last few years. But in 18-19, we were about 480 students, 19-20, about 430, 20-21 last year, we were about 440. This year, as of October 25th, we were at 299. We suspect that as the eviction moratorium expires, this number may increase, and we're prepared for that. We're talking about that. How do we serve and support? How do we make sure that we're working with our community-based organizations and supports? And we're already sharing out, I know Lori has shared out information on access to supports for families who may be in that place where they might experience homelessness if they don't get some rental assistance or something taken care of. So McKinney-Vento grants, again, big picture-wise, our students who receive McKinney-Vento services are first and foremost our basic ed Kent School District students. But in addition to that, the Title I set aside that 1%, funds 0.5 of Lori's work, and Lori, I think, works like a 1.5 time person. And there's a little small blurb about what Lori does here, but just a little snapshot. Last year during the pandemic, it wasn't uncommon for Lori to be traveling to Gig Harbor or way up north to deliver hotspots and make sure kids had good hotspots if they needed additional hotspots because there's multiple children. Transitioning computers in and out if kids were having difficulties. She really is the person who is out there eliminating barriers for kids and providing those additional supports. So that's 0.5 of her position. Additionally, that funds school supplies and other incidentals. In addition, we've had some grant monies to provide other support materials in 16-17 and 17-18 through OSPI, again through 16-17, an OSPI grant for about $30,000. You see there, it was a partnership, and that's really an important part of the work, partnering with communities and schools for some staff time to really help fully support student needs for our McKinney-Vento students. In 2017 through 2019, a 2-year grant that was about $350,000, again, partnership with communities and schools for a student and family case manager who worked with over 150 families and about 230 students during that time to provide, again, those wraparound supports and services for those students and their families. And this past year, Communities in Schools had a $10,000 grant, which, as you know, during that time, there was a lot of need for our McKinney-Vento families, so Communities in Schools was a great partner in helping reach out and support those families. Looking ahead, we are, and you have it on your agenda tonight, to approve our application for a grant for the next 2 years. Out of federal funds, we're eligible for about $169,000. We think it may be a little bit more, but at this point, it looks like it will provide us a full-time person who will be a student navigator through Communities in Schools. Again, that partnership work to work specifically with our secondary students, our McKinney-Vento and our foster students, to help them work through and support their needs while they're attending school. And that is our presentation tonight. Any questions for us?
I have a couple of specific questions. Sure. I hope you can answer. Besides buses, do we also use taxis and Ubers to transport students?
We do.
Okay, I just didn't see that on there, so I was curious about that.
The transportation is
just
contracted services with a variety of services.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And the other thing, I was wondering, like, I kept seeing homeless on there.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if we, like, I know a lot of agencies that I work with use housing insecurities and not homeless. So I'm wondering if we are able to kind of use the updated language and not just, because looking at the chart, only a small percentage of our students are unsheltered. There's a large percentage of our students who are doubling up, living in hotels, et cetera, and they all qualify for McKinney-Vento. So I'm just curious about, like, is that state language? Is that just language we need to update in our district? I'm just kind of curious about that.
It's federal and state language. Have you seen any updates to that?
Federal language still says the homeless students. When we're working with families and the school liaisons are working with families, we are very much cognizant of the fact that we don't want to refer to them as homeless students, so we will ask them if they're unstably housed or if they're in transition. We're very intentional about not using the word homeless when we're speaking to these families and students. So.
Thank you. I know that we generally are far ahead of the federal government, but I would like us to use the modern language and not the antiquated language. If we can do that forward, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Just to clarify, as far as the other services that we use for transportation, we contract with American Logistics, ALC. It's not Uber. And so just so everybody's aware, those people are well vetted and they've followed all the COVID protocols and they're fingerprinted and everything else. So I don't want to give anybody the illusion that we've got kids. I mean, they are driving in their own vehicles, but it's not an Uber situation where we just call a cab.
Thank you for clarifying, because that was going to be my backup question. So I appreciate that. Thank you for this presentation.
And I'd just like to make a statement about Community in Schools, because I was involved with them. Well, I've actually been involved in several different cities of Community in Schools, but in Kent, the great work they do out of there, and I mean, I mentored there, but while doing that, I watched them help kids in crisis time after time, and come in and get food, and come in and get coats or whatever they needed, and the gal in that capacity is fabulous, really. We're lucky to have her.
Yeah, we are very, very fortunate to have them. And I'll tell you, when we approached them with this, hey, here's what we'd like to do, it was absolutely, we will do that, we will be there, we will put this together. So they're wonderful.
I didn't have any questions because I know Randy submitted detailed information on particularly the state funding that I didn't realize that it was 98% covered, and that's really fabulous. I also wanted to, just as a side issue, United Way is very particular whenever we speak about homeless students and saying that they're experiencing homelessness and not saying they're homeless. So just want to point that out.
Thank you.
I was just looking at the historical data slide, and so my question is, 2021 school year, we have 440, and then 21, 22, we have 299. Is that difference because we lost track of students, or is that difference that they actually, because of supports, were able to get more stable housing?
That covered the whole school year.
Yeah.
I think it was 293, 299.
Yeah.
And only through October 25th.
Right.
So, and right now, as of today, I ran my numbers this morning, we were actually at 329 now.
Okay.
So that's, we've identified 30 kids in the month of October, and I identified 15 more this week.
Yeah.
From this time last year to where we are today, we're up 73.
Okay.
So I think that we're going to see a big increase. There's a
It's
lot of
coming.
families
It's
that are
coming.
having to double up, and they're losing their homes, and
Yeah, and because my big concern is, especially when we had to shut down, is that, that was the population of students most likely that we would lose track of. And I just want to make sure we're supporting them as fully as possible. I really appreciate all the information and all the work you do.
Thank you. I just wanted, this was a great presentation, and I know how hard this work is. I know Lori and I used to be in the same rooms doing this work when I worked in another district. It is difficult, and so never something easy to talk about, and we wish these numbers were zero, but I appreciate the work that you do. I know it's been really hard, but thank you, and thank you for continuing to go after funding sources to help support this work, so thank you so much.
Just wanted to take just a quick, thank you, President Daniels, just a quick note that I've mentioned before, we have consolidated program reviews that every year we are reviewed on this McKinney program. And we consistently get great reviews for the supports that our team and Student Family Support Services provide. In fact, we get questions from other districts that ask us, how are you doing the reimbursement for transportation? Or how are you working so closely together with your routing team in order to set these schedules up? Because the key is eliminating barriers. So I just wanted to, again, just point that out. It is a lot of work, and we've been recognized across the state. So thank you to the team.
Thank you. All right, we are on to agenda item 7.0, our KSD community conversations. And is this an update?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you very much,
Thank you.
President Daniels. I'd like to introduce for this topic our Executive Director of Communications and Public Affairs, Ms. Melissa Lormy, and for this portion of discussion, Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Vella. Good evening, President Daniels, members of the board, and Ms. Antello. This discussion was intentionally placed on this evening's agenda to create space for in-person community comments for any of those who either attended, watched online, and still wanted to come and make comments. I don't know if we have any, we don't have any, but it also is an opportunity for you as the board to together discuss. I know not everyone attended every meeting together, and that is the intention of this agenda item.
So is there anyone here who wanted to make public comment? So they didn't need to fill out a card if they wanted to comment about?
If they wanted to fill out a card, just to fill out a comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was really well done. I didn't have any questions.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
I thought somebody wanted to put this in the agenda.
Yeah, because we advertised that this would be the final community conversation at this meeting, so that's why.
Okay.
I see.
Because we said we were having 4 community conversations, and there were 3 online, and this one was the in-person one.
Got it.
If people wanted to comment in person.
This is under Board of Directors discussion.
Yeah.
That's why I was
Different, yeah.
confused. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lormy.
All right, we are on to agenda item 8, our Board of Directors items for discussion and approval. The first item for discussion is online public comments to the board discussion. This is something that I brought up prior to the last meeting, but we did kind of begin discussion at the last meeting. I brought it up because I noticed that it was specific to online public comments. This is something new that we've done this year, and it's kind of been in a response to COVID. And my concern was that when we get online public comments, Ms. Santello has to stand and read each of those comments, no matter how many that are here, no matter how she can read anywhere up to 30 to, I don't know how many comments. And I didn't really feel as though that was fair to her. And I just felt as though there had to be another way. I had a suggestion about another way to actually be able to access public comments that were submitted online without having to task someone with standing and reading all of those public comments. So this is kind of the draft. I kind of discussed it a little bit, talking about, perhaps we could post the comments, have the comments posted online, the online public comments that come in, and then instead of having them read at the board meetings, post them under the web page, and then we can say in our board meeting that the public comments have been posted under the web page and share where they are. And then that way we could read them. We would have access to them actually prior to the meeting, but then the public could read them as well. So that way we're not having some one person tasked with having to read through potentially pages and pages of comments.
I watched the last meeting, all the way through, and focused on this, so I wrote down my own comments about it. I do agree with you for many reasons that it is a lot for one person to read, and I gotta say, I appreciate our staff's willingness to be reading public comments during the whole time we've been remote. But we're accommodating those unable to attend meetings in person, and there are a lot of challenges. And one of the first challenges I was thinking about is just recent public comment that's come to us. I personally would not want to be reading some of the things that people are saying that have been hurtful or offensive to our staff and students. And so I'm really sensitive to that I wouldn't want to read it. And so if it's not something that I'd want to do, I don't want to ask staff to do that. And so, but I do believe in the First Amendment, and we have opened up for public comment. So my big concern with putting things online is I was looking at all our policies, because I try to go back to our policies, and I didn't print the first page of this policy, so I don't remember the number of it. But it's about our board meeting agenda, and the board is required to maintain order in public comment in a content neutral manner. And so I'm concerned on two levels about posting something publicly, because it gives a forum again for, there it is printed on our school website, potentially offensive comments that are hurtful to staff and students, and I don't want to do that. Because that, I think, is counter to our mission of equity. And so I'm wondering if there's other ways we could do that. Like, we could have people call in and leave a voicemail, so it is their own voice that they're making these comments in, so nobody else has to, be associated with things that they don't want to be associated with. Or if we could, this is 2021, if there's text to talk where you could just have the content read by a computer, or if it's, just, we have staff that have been able to Zoom in, if it's just they speak over Zoom. And those are more my thoughts. And I'm glad you brought it up, and I really appreciated the conversation that I listened to from the last week, and so I probably talked a lot, but that was what I initially wrote down, my thoughts after I saw that.
Again, I thoroughly watched the board meeting and the work session last week, because I wasn't here in person, and I appreciate the conversation. And why I'm in agreement with the conversation, but what I'd like to see, because we're technology ahead school district, I'd like to see, like they do with some other council meetings, that they actually Zoom in, and the people can, at certain periods of time, can Zoom in there and state their comments through Zoom. And it's being done in the city of Covington, so I think we could do it. I don't know if there's cost involved or what, but.
No, I think that'd be a good option. I think this is specific to people writing comments in, submitting them
Right.
online.
Right.
So, but I agree with you. I think that's something we'd have to talk with the district about, but, I agree with that. I think that would probably be a good option.
I had a similar thought process to Vice President Bettinger about the online comments being posted on our website, and I was like, some of the things we've heard I wouldn't want necessarily be associated with our school district, and so, but I do like the idea of Zoom or something, using some sort of technology. But I'm also wondering is like, how do we capture the written comments? And that's, I don't know what that looks like. I like the Siri reading it or whatever, but I'm curious how that would look, but I agree that we need to do something and not have staff just sit and read all the comments.
Thank you. I also wondered about our opening process for audience participation and what we read. I think one of the problems I have is that we allowed some of those comments to be read. And so I wonder, when we say abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated, what does that mean exactly? How do we define that, abusive comments? I mean, I can take that personally and say, well, we heard were abusive. It was abusive to us. It was abusive to staff of color, people of color, students of color. So I feel like that it wouldn't, when we get those particular comments, it shouldn't even go into our online, in that sense, it shouldn't even make it to there. Because would we have stopped some of those comments if it were considered abusive?
Well, I'll say in my history being here, I've heard some horrible things come across the dais and no one has said a word. So, not that they shouldn't have, but I know what I've seen and what I've heard. Now, I don't disagree, but at the same time, these meetings are recorded, so even if we post it, people can go back and see it at any time, so I guess my thought is, yes, I think that there should be, like in here where it talks about redacting staff names and all the personal, I guess we could at some point, if there's a comment that's controversial, maybe be shared with the board to say, hey, this comment came through, do we believe that it should be shared? But then now we're talking about censorship. So I mean, this is, if we're opening for public comment, it's just kind of that tough place, right?
Yeah.
We don't, is it only comments we agree with? We can't do that. So,
Well, abusive, we do need to define some of these words that we use in the opening process. What does that mean when we say abusive public comments?
If I may, I printed out, we have policy 1420 we updated in 2020, and it says, the chair president may terminate an individual statement when the allotted time has passed and may interrupt a speaker to require the same standard of civility that the board imposes on itself. Examples of uncivil comments include comments that are libelous or slanderous, are unwarranted invasion of privacy, are obscene and indecent pursuant to the Federal Communications Act or any rule or regulation of the Federal Communications Commission, violate school district policy or procedures related to harassment, intimidation, bullying, or discrimination, incite an unlawful act on school premises or violate a lawful school regulation, create a material and substantial disruption of the orderly operation of the board meeting, or mention a person by name. And then it goes on to say, the board as a whole has the final decision in determining the appropriateness of all such rulings and can maintain order by removing those who are disruptive. However, the board recognizes the distinction between uncivil discourse, which it will not tolerate, and comments about the board, district, and/or staff that are negative yet still civil in nature, and will exercise its authority to maintain order in a content-neutral manner.
That's pretty inclusive of.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, pretty much defines
We just
it.
passed it last year.
Based on that, those comments wouldn't have been allowed. I mean, that's my opinion on that, so.
yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm going to say again, I've heard way worse than that. And so not that we, maybe moving forward, setting a precedent, absolutely.
And
Yes,
I don't know
agree.
if necessarily it's our job to, I feel like the district attorney somebody should intervene in that sense. I know in the past, in 2018-19, we dealt with this financial mess. It was chaotic here. I mean, this room was packed, and there were a lot of threats.
Yep.
So I don't know how we made it through that, but, we had to control the entire room and also worry about what we're hearing from our staff. I mean, there were a lot of attacks at that point, and at times our attorney had to intervene and say, we can't go into that. I feel like there's a bigger discussion if we're going to
I
talk
only recall him intervening when someone said a name. I don't recall him intervening with other things, and so, but again, I'm not saying we shouldn't, I'm just saying.
I had to tell them, they couldn't call names and they couldn't be
Correct.
abused.
Correct,
So,
yeah.
that's happened several times.
I'd like to just add that I appreciate the reading of that policy, and this is a meeting of the board.
Right.
And policy is there for what we just heard. Back to the written piece, that applies to written or either in person. And so at this point, we do have redaction that takes place. The first 3 bullets you see are what we typically do at this point. And we have redacted those things that are not, those pieces that we just heard. And so the board can consider portions of this proposal to apply to the written comments that are currently being made, because that should not change that, whether it's slanderous or vulgar in nature, and that does not change. It's still the messaging. The board is providing an avenue for comment. The board still has the responsibility to make sure it's following the policy related to the content. And so we are doing that at this point. So I think the question here is, would the board consider posting that with reduction, of course, because we're doing that currently.
Yeah, and I think this is specific again to online comment, not necessarily what's happening in person.
Right.
So I definitely agree, but I think just for this discussion, our process for online comments, I think that we could, if they are submitted, they could be reviewed for that and then not shared. And we could we could actually go back to that person and say, your comment was not shared because of this, and give our policy number. And so that way we could move forward. I think that would be a reasonable solution.
I was really responding to Director Vice President Berenger's concern about that particular, having it online, the comments being online.
Yeah, but if we take it down, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
If it is, then we don't have to post it.
Right.
So it could be, it's up to the judgment of the board, right? So I think that we could review, and then, if there's a concern, then it could just not be posted with a note back to the sender to say, this is why we didn't post your comment, this is our policy number, and then if they want to change their wording or whatever that looks like and resubmit, that's up to them.
I just feel personally, I feel more comfortable with people if they want to make a public comment that they do it verbally, even if it's remote, just because I think too, in this day and age, people just writing a comment that is read by somebody or that just is a voice, a disembodied voice, it's just like, everyone, we have First Amendment rights, but also I think I'd like to see their face when they're talking to us. So if we could, I more would advocate for Zoom and things like that, just so we, so it's, I think when people can hide behind a screen, it's easier to maybe say things they wouldn't say if they were in person too. So I would more advocate for like a Zoom or having their own voice.
But you
personally.
advocated for this, so I'm just saying that, and it's okay.
Right.
It could be an option, but I'm saying you
Yeah.
advocated for this as well.
Yes, I advocated for written comment just because that was,
Right.
we were trying, honestly, it was where, people were like, we don't feel comfortable going to meetings because of COVID, which I totally understand, and I think any staff member or citizen shouldn't have to come to a meeting if they feel, their health is in danger. But I do feel like we should still, because we're allowing options, that we should allow people the option to comment remotely, but in regards to that manner, maybe it shouldn't be written, maybe it should be just verbal.
Well,
you
but
know?
what if they don't have access to Zoom? I mean, you're talking, so
Right.
it's access, so I think that.
Right,
and we
that's
can't do-
true.
It's not and, I mean, we can do
Right.
and, right? It
Right.
doesn't have to be just this.
Right.
But this is an option that we supported, that was, and so I think, speaking of this particular option, not that we can't do more, but we're just
Right.
talking about this particular option.
Right.
Can I
Just
ask a
changing.
procedural question?
Yeah.
Like, we're discussing, but did we make a motion? Are we doing anything with
This
this?
is just for discussion
This is
at
just
this
discussion.
point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's actually discussion.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of lost. Are we going to go with this down the road, or, I mean, we
Would be,
could,
so this is a draft, so if this is
Some
something we
discussion
agree
and
to, it'd be presented at the next meeting for a vote.
okay, got it.
Yeah. This is a discussion, so.
So if I could interrupt just a bit, the matter is on for discussion, and there is an option to approve what's in your packet.
Yeah, it's not approval.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I asked, because it's under discussion and approval, not
Yeah.
just discussion, so I wanted to
then there you
see
go.
what exactly we were doing.
Yeah, that's why I was lost.
Well, if you guys choose to adopt it, then we could,
Yeah.
someone can make a motion.
I think there needs to be more discussion. We have heard a lot of comments just recently since school started, and I acknowledge and don't, personally approve of them, because I think they are offensive to our staff and students. I just want to make sure that there is, I'd rather have, if we were going to post something but redact, when we're talking about First Amendment, are we going to have, I personally don't feel qualified to decide, so would we have the legal team look at it to see if it violates our policies? What would the process be? If someone submitted something,
Well, how is that different than what happens now when people stand up? I mean, I don't
Right.
see, I mean, we can only monitor so much. I don't know,
Right.
I don't know that it has to be that formal or that,
okay,
I mean, because it's not now,
right.
right? So this is just people submitting in writing versus standing up there talking. But again, like I said, if it's something, I think that as Ms. Santel possibly reviews them, or if there's something she could just share with us, and as a board, we can say, you know what,
Right.
this is not, or, someone
Right.
could just, it might be, I mean, right now, the president is the person who's supposed to be interrupting, right, or that's who's tasked with it. So it could be reviewed by the president, or whatever that looks like, and if you have a question, you could contact legal, or whoever has a question. So I think that it doesn't necessarily have to be that complicated, just adding another step or two into
Yeah.
what we're doing.
Yeah, because I definitely think that we've heard some comments that would fall under the, discrimination and, violating our school district policies and our equity, so.
Yeah, I just want to add that this particular proposal is not attached, so we wouldn't be able to approve this tonight anyway.
It wasn't attached, and that's what I thought,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not attached
Because
to
it was
the-
just for discussion at this point.
Could,
We have a couple of things just for discussion that don't have anything attached to
Yeah.
it.
could
can't-
we make a motion that this is on the next regular board meeting
Do
for
we need to do that? No,
discussion
we
and
don't
approval, or
need to do
just?
it. We can just put it on the agenda for,
Just put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
well, thank you for that. On to agenda item 8.02, the resolution number 1614, education programs and operations levy, second reading and adoption. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve resolution number 1614, educational programs and operations levy, second reading and adoption.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just want to thank Dr. Harmon and team for getting that information that I requested. It was really helpful to see, so I really appreciated it. So I just wanted to say thank you.
And I want to echo that. I haven't had a chance to go through that with a fine-tooth comb, but I do appreciate all that information and the staff that helped to put that together and getting that today. Again, I think going forward, I'm going to vote for this, but I'd like to see right after, as soon as possible, that we really keep as a board and as a new board, that we start working toward development in the spring of a new strategic plan with the community input. I'd like to kind of see some implementation on perhaps an internal audit to go over all the levy dollars and how they're waged and put together. And I'd like to clearly have our community understand our accounting system so they can easily look at it and have some kind of a number tied to where their dollars are going to. And I mean, this report looks like it's pretty clear, but I'd like, and I saw a notation, like I said, I haven't been able to read it all because it just came through at 2 o'clock. But it explains to our community, because I've worked on a lot of levies and proposals and stuff, and one thing they want, that can shoot down any opposition is data. And really saying, well, we did this with your dollars, this is what program we did. And when you're going out and trying to market a levy and stuff like that, all of these things, people are going to have opposition to this, especially in some people in our community have gone through some hard times. And they're, trying to struggle to get back on their feet and pay their mortgages back up and their rent. So we've got to be prepared, and I'm going to vote for this today, and I'm going to fully support it, but I'm going to be laser focused on about 3 of those items that I just brought up. Thank you.
I agree. I think we need to vote in favor of this. I also think we need to work with our community partners. I know there's a group that's Citizens for Kent Schools. We need to partner with all of our community partners and organizations to talk about the importance of this doesn't add anything, it just maintains. And think about those slides that talked about like the state levy or the state dollars only funds 4 nurses, or we pay for the other nurses from this levy, and even like 150 extra educators or classroom teachers are funded with this. And so if this doesn't get passed, what happens to the positions? And I don't want to be in that place. So I think we definitely need to vote in favor for this, and then also work with our community partners and our citizens to kind of understand, let them know and understand and be educated about the significance of doing this.
So all those in favor of approving agenda item 8.02, resolution number 1614, educational programs and operations levy, second reading and adoption, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Abstentions? Motion carries. 8.03, resolution 1615, endorsement of educational programs and operations levy, second reading and adoption. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we approve resolution number 1615, endorsement of educational programs and operations levy.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.03, resolution number 1615, endorsement of educational programs and operations levy, second reading and adoption, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. 8.04, policy 5215, assignment and transfer of administrative employees, second reading and approval. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve of policy 5215, assignment and transfer of administrative employees.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just want to make a comment. So this is going to eliminate the supplemental agendas that we're voting on. Yes?
Yes.
Correct.
And just a point of just personal thing, I just have to say every time a policy comes up on the agenda, they're few and far between, and I personally get frustrated and embarrassed that we've failed to catch up because, one of our steps in actually dismantling biases and things like that, in systems that have potential to harm our students is, our policies, procedures, and protocols, as we kind of were talking about tonight. We haven't updated this 1420 that was updated is pretty comprehensive, and I think it probably could even go further with an equity lens, but it's pretty comprehensive, and we have policies that are from the last century, from the 90s, so I'm grateful when we pass them up, but I'm personally frustrated, so I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but, and this will probably come up later, but policies are pieces of paper. And so the reality is we as a district, as a board, as staff, should be doing that anyway. standing up for equity and all of those things. So yes, the policy is important, it's a piece of paper, but I think that the actions behind that piece of paper is what really matters. And like I said, we'll discuss this when it comes to this new resolution that we're adopting, but, or we're talking about. But I agree with you, I think it is important, but I think more important is the actions.
But, okay, and I would agree. I think we should follow our policies, but it was very helpful that this updated policy from 2020 had language that I thought was supportive of, protecting our students and staff from discrimination. Is something that we can look to and we can follow, and it's not written in 1998. So I think it's important not only to update our policies, but to follow them. And then the updated policies are more, specifically focused on looking with more of an equity lens, and we could probably even go further with that.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving policy 5215, or 5215, assignment and transfer of administrative employees, second reading and approval, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries. 8.05, resolution number 1617, certification of special levies. Is there a motion?
I move to approve resolution number 1617, certification of special levies.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I think it's important that these have to be, going through that December 10th, they had, all this information has to be in there. This is our chance to get that on the books and get it done, so I'm in favor of this.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.05, resolution 1617, the certification of special levies, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? The motion carries. 8.06, resolution number 1618. This item is just for discussion. Kent School Board's commitment to ensure that our schools are equitable and an equitable and welcoming place for all students and staff.
Pardon me, President Daniels, this is also under discussion and approval.
Right, but there's no attachment.
Oh.
So we won't be voting on it, just for discussion.
So I guess when I looked at this, I support this resolution, and then I was looking back, because in June, we had the discussion about the Black Lives Matter resolution, and we never had a work session and never approved it, so, and then I was personally embarrassed that slipped by, and, because I supported that resolution as well. So, I just want to make sure that we don't miss that one either, because we were going to have a work session to discuss with community and things like that. So, again, I'm personally embarrassed that I lost track of that one.
Yeah, I had the same question, when I put this in to add to the agenda, I did bring up the Black Lives Matter movement resolution. That was particularly important and a request by our educators of color. And yeah, I feel like we dropped the ball on that. So I'm very much in favor of this particular resolution to commitment. But it's not an and/or. It's it's not this resolution or the BLM movement. But I feel both of them are very important, and the next board, I'm hoping, will approve that.
Ditto for me. I was going to ask about that this evening too, and this resolution. There is something I want to wordsmith on the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas. I don't think transgender is a status, so I think we need to wordsmith that a little bit, probably to gender identity and/or expression. I don't know about transgender status. That sounds weird, but I know what the intent was. But I think there's a better way to say that.
And I too am in favor of coming at this from a complete board as a whole resolution. However, forgive me, but I think it's just too long. I'd like to see it condensed. I mean, people, unfortunately anymore, you lose people in the first few words of something. And I'd like to have a couple of paragraphs that are really meaningful, and that's it. And most all of this stuff is in our mission statements, it's in our policies, it's everything. We're just reiterating, but I just think a more concise statement that we could get together that's shorter, in my opinion, might get more attention. But I definitely, I mean, and if others feel differently, I'm totally in favor of going on with a longer version, but again, it should be done. I personally have been embarrassed when I've sat here and said nothing to some of the board comments that have been made from our community, and I didn't know what to say, and it took me a while to get my act together, but I did. But coming at this from a board perspective, all of us feel that way. We have that same direction as a district is very important to me. So, thank you.
And another thing, I see Dr. Harmon up there on the screen that she pointed out when we were updating our race and equity policy is that some districts have the 0 series where we can put, we could put like a more formal comment. Dr. Harmon, if you could speak to that maybe?
This is a resolution, though, it's not
I
a
know,
policy.
I agree with the resolution, but when we were talking about resolutions, I believe when we talked about the Black Lives Matter resolution, this also came up about you could do more than just a resolution. You could add it to your 0 series policies, which is like the mission policies, yes?
Right, so a 0 series sits in our, I'm sorry, good evening board again. So a 0 series would sit as kind of core philosophies of the school board and the district.
Right.
So whereas the other series tend to address specific parties, the 0 series would address kind of our philosophies that govern us all.
Right.
Versus the 5,000 that, govern staff, 2,000 students. And so this is typically where they would put our equity work and those pieces in the 1,000 series.
Yeah.
So that's an option as we move forward as a board and as a district.
Thank you. So I guess my concern is kind of what I alluded to earlier. These are pieces of paper. And I sat here and watched the board silent after we've spent thousands of dollars on training for becoming coaching and leading for racial equity and all of these things. And I sat and watched the board in silence when we saw someone make comments that directly harmed our students and challenged everything that's in here. It would have challenged the Black Lives Matter resolution. So I guess my concern is that we have these pieces of paper. They mean nothing if the board does not act in the way that these are our pieces. This is who we say we are. Yeah. And I'm not for adopting this if this is not who we are. That is my concern. So I don't know what different might happen when this happens, because it will happen again. Mm-hmm. But that is my concern. I do not want to adopt something that I, in my heart, feel. I don't know that the board would stand behind this when it came to it. Mm-hmm. I really don't. Now, this is a conversation. I know this is my last meeting. And I probably won't have anything else to do with this, but I would really encourage you to do some soul searching. Because if this is who we say we are protecting, if we're supposed to stand up for our staff and students of color, we're supposed to protect them, then that's not what we've been doing. So what's going to be different is going to be my question. So that's kind of where I sit with it. I struggle with that. Yeah. And I've watched it since I've been here. I watched staff be harmed. I've watched, there have been harmful things come from board members. I've watched this happen over the last several years. So what is going to be different? That's my challenge. I don't know.
Well, I'm hoping that for me personally, that I'm growing and learning, and that there's always an opportunity to step up. And so, I personally am doing my best, and sometimes my best doesn't meet the mark. And so I think, though, you know, all we can do is do our best. And it's not, our best one day might not be the same as our best another day. And so all we can do is move forward and continue to do our best. And we're gonna miss the mark sometimes. And I hope that we hit the mark more often than we miss the mark.
I agree that, like, even though this is a piece of paper, what I like about it, and I agree that the board members, we always need to speak out against injustice and inequity, always. What I like about the paper is that it forces us and the community to see that this is the work that's important to us. And it's the mundane thing. I think part of our job is looking at this paperwork and policies, but I think that when people see us speaking to it, and that staff and students and community who are watching and are listening, talking about our values, I think that's where this conversation gets enriched. And then it shouldn't stop at the piece of paper. It gets put on the shelf or put online. I think that equity work is always gonna happen continuously, and that we build on it. A lot of my nonprofit work has to do with like looking at policies and like why we enumerate. And so going back to what we heard about, like concise documents, whether we enumerate policies or not. I know a lot of conversations about, well, why do we need to enumerate policies? Why don't we just say we don't believe in discrimination? And while that's great and it shortens things, what I found is enumeration is always so important, because we list our values person by person, step by step, and we always point to it and refer to it like this is what we believe, and if there's something missing, we add to it, even if it lengthens it. So I'm in favor of the paper. I'm in favor of us having the conversations and continuously having the conversations, even when we do miss the mark, and that we always put it out there and we always have the discussion so people can hear us talking about the work. And that will force us, I hope, to speak out and do more of this work and not just go to a training and be done, that we continue the work. So that's what I'm hoping that this policy and the Black Lives Matter policy do. And I agree, it shouldn't just be a piece of paper, we should live it. But that's my 2 cents.
And so this is not a policy, this is a resolution. So
A resolution,
again, they're
right.
two different, they're different things. And not that you can't make it a policy, because based on what Dr. Harmon said. So, okay, well, I mean, we've discussed it, and so is that what, I'm sure it will continue for discussion.
Hopefully, we'll continue this discussion whenever we need to.
Can I ask, like, what happens next? Can we bring forward this resolution and the Black Lives Matter resolution at our next meeting or future meeting? And
Well, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall, some folks wanted to talk through the Black Lives, which is why there was a work session that was requested, I believe.
Yeah, I would like to include them in this conversation at least, yeah. Because we did kind of promise ourselves and at our meetings that we were going to do it, and things just kind of got so crazy and it just didn't happen, so. And I think that would be educational and beneficial to have them at the table when
Who are
we
we
talk
talking
about it.
about?
Pardon me?
Who are we talking about?
The educators of
Yeah,
color.
okay.
Yeah, Ken Educators of Color Network, I thought that was what we were gonna do, is sit down with them.
do we need to submit, what do we need to do to make it happen? I don't want us to talk about it and it doesn't happen. What do we need to do to make it happen? I guess is
A
my.
work session would need to be requested.
Okay, so we need to request a work session. Perfect.
And I don't know if is that for both of these, or is this separate? Because this is not, I mean, I don't know if you want to wait to do both, or if this is something you guys want to revisit at the next meeting. New board members may have thoughts about this, I'm not sure.
And I also wonder if our Kent Educators of Color would want to be part of this commitment statement as well. So it could be a combined discussion.
So then the work session could be requested for,
Yeah, as soon as possible, if
Thank
we
you.
could request. So can we make a request now, formal request for a work session as soon as possible to interim superintendent
has that
Vela?
in the minutes,
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, on to agenda item 8.07, the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation Ed-Fi grant application approval.
Make a motion, we approve 8.07 Michael and Susan Dell Foundation Ed-Fi grant application approval.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.07, the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation Ed-Fi grant application approval, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. 8.08, request to apply for the American Rescue Plan Act grant. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the request to apply for the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just a comment, I just want to thank our speakers for addressing this earlier in the presentation.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.08, the request to apply for the American Rescue Plan Act grant, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Abstentions? The motion carries. 8.09, change order for approvals for Pine Tree Elementary boiler replacement. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the change order approvals for Pine Tree Elementary boiler replacement.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.09, the change order approvals for Pine Tree Elementary boiler replacement, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. 8.10, Northwood Middle boiler replacement approval of final acceptance. Is there a motion?
I move we approve 8.10 Norwood Middle Boiler Replacement Approval of Final Acceptance.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 8.10, Northwood Middle boiler replacement approval of final acceptance, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Abstentions? Motion carries. We are on to our consent agenda. Are there any items any board director would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve a consent agenda, agenda items number 9.01 through 9.06?
I move we approve consent agendas 9.01 through 9.06.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving our consent agenda, items 9.01 through 9.06, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by raising your right hand and saying no. Abstentions? Motion carries. We're on to our final communication from the audience, and I do have 2 comment cards here. I will call on Erica Fury. Gave up on us, huh? Okay. No, Erica Fury. Okay. And this last one, just a note. Is that what? So this last comment card is to board members. It's a gratitude note from River Ridge.
Thank you very much. Good night, everyone. There is a phrase I am sure everyone knows. It takes a village to raise a child. And we are all part of that village. Members of the board, superintendent, Kent School District community, and constituents, it is my privilege to work for the Kent School District. My name is Patricia Weiler. I am a Kent School District employee, and this year I am serving at River Ridge Elementary. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all our voters, our families, community, for making this dream a reality. A special recognition to the capital planning, facility services, maintenance, and building operations team for working non-stop to have our building ready, for making sure our walkers have a safe path to walk the first day of school. That path is now a sidewalk. Thank you. And for giving us this building to serve our students. Thank you to Sherry Nguyen and Marilyn Yoder for taking care of all of the furniture orders, materials, playground, and more, and for the endless hours dedicated to get our building ready. IT team, thank you for getting everything up and running. It was a lot of stress not having phones ready a week before school started. So thank you for having our phones ready, computers, printers, copiers. I cannot say it enough. It is the small details that make a big difference in the Kent School District. River Ridge, as any other school, has challenges, and we are working through them to become a strong community, embracing our diversity and rising together. Our administrators, Principal Kendra Pratchett and Assistant Principal Sandy Rios, are leading us in this journey, and together we are Kent School Districts. We make the Kent School District strong. Like we said before, choose kind. Kind makes a difference. Thank you, Director Venkatasalam, for your service, commitment, and leadership to the Kent School District, and thank you for having these meetings for us to express our concerns.
All right, we are on to, is there more? Oh, more comments. Apologize.
Thank you, President Daniels, Interim Superintendent Vela, and members of the board. There are 3 non-student comments submitted online. This first one was submitted by Julia Orm. I understand that masking is required by the state of Washington, and Chris Reichdahl has stated that he expects kids to mask for the remainder of the school year. Has anyone on the board reached out to Chris to talk to him about parent and teacher concerns about prolonged masking? I have spoken with an ESL teacher whose students are struggling to learn English without seeing mouths. Moreover, hard of hearing, autistic, and disabled students are all being denied access to an adequate education when they are masked all day. This is an urgent equity issue. As board members for one of the most diverse student bodies in the state, I encourage you to reach out to Chris Reichdahl to raise concerns about these students falling behind. If you wait until the end of the school year, the impact of learning loss will be severe. Indeed, all Kent students are disadvantaged by continued masking. The longer this continues, the more difficult it will be to resolve educational setbacks caused by masking at school. We all know masks are not a benign intervention, and it is time to discuss ending the mask mandate. To inform the conversation around masking, I encourage all board members to mask like a kid for one day. There is a national movement encouraging adults to mask the way students must for 7 hours, with a 15-minute break for lunch, and no other breaks except to quickly sip water, both indoors and outdoors, as outdoor masking is required at some Kent elementary schools. I have done this, and I think the board members and parents listening should try it. It may change some perspectives and inform the conversation around masking. The next comment was submitted by Denise Renteria. As a Kent Educator of Color Network member, I first want to thank the district and school board for positive movement in necessary areas. The COVID-19 dashboard is now up and running, reporting cases by school, students, and staff. However, the numbers being reported are not accurate and reporting law, and there is no option to have the results translated into any other language. I do not understand the reasoning for either of these things to not be addressed. Next, we are beginning to see more nurses assigned for 5 days a week at schools that did not have that before. This is a huge relief to our health techs, staff, and families. Finally, we still require accountability for the millions of COVID relief ESSER funds awarded to our district. Where is a forward-facing public dashboard and monthly public statements delineating our district plan and dispensing of these funds? Our students, families, and campus staff still need ongoing mental health access and resources as this very difficult year rolls out. With funds being available for the 3 years, fiscal accountability and responsibility is a requirement. The last public comment for the evening was submitted by Lisa Templeton. Dear members of the board, I think we can all agree that we are tired of COVID-19. The thing that many do not agree on is the best route forward. With that said, I was shocked to receive your email that KSD is hosting COVID-19 vaccination clinics for children as young as 5. Please tell me why KSD is taking on this role of endorsing liability-free pharmaceutical products that are not even FDA approved. Why are you promoting this opportunity for our children to be injected with a controversial mRNA product? This seems to me to be an inappropriate use of communications. I urge the district to leave medical decision-making and medical information seeking up to parents. Any communications from the district related to COVID-19 needs to be unbiased, well-informed, and equitable, with emphasis to the community that both unvaccinated and vaccinated people can be infected by and infect others. Did you know that CDC Director Rochelle Walensky told CNN on August 16 that fully vaccinated people who get a COVID-19 breakthrough infection can spread the virus to others, even if they are not symptomatic? Our vaccines are working exceptionally well. They continue to work well with Delta with regard to severe illness and death. But what they can't do anymore is prevent transmission. Why are we giving risky shots that do not stop transmission in order to stop transmission? I urge Kent School District to stick with its mission of education and not to partner with for-profit enterprises whose products are unnecessary and potentially very harmful to our children. Thank you. That concludes the comments for the evening.
Thank you. All right, we're on to our board reports.
First of all, I wanted to thank the students who were here earlier. I always think it's great for students to come see what things are about and for students to email me. I know there's a student from Kentwood that had a concern about the Kentwood Theater and access, so I love students emailing and letting us know what they're thinking, and I just think it's important for youth to be involved. I also want to thank Glen Ridge staff for coming here and talking about their campaign. I thought it was great, loved it. And with American Education Week, thanks again to all the staff for the hard work. And I know being a teacher, I get it. So it's like we're working hard, and there's a lot going on. And I appreciate everything that the staff does for the district, because ultimately we're here for the students, and I always appreciate my students I work with in Renton. So I know that we're all working hard, and all the staff is, and so I appreciate everything that's going on. I always like to share what I've done. I went to all 3 community listening sessions. One was during class 2. My senior was like, "Oh, do your meeting. We're gonna work on this." I thought that was great. I was like, "Cool." So I was able to participate in all the sessions. I love that my students were very interested in what I do with the board and my campaign and whatnot. And I thought, I want students to be involved in democracy and ask questions, and I always appreciate that. I went to the WASDA General Assembly virtual conference, which I learned a lot. It was great being there, but I also saw that they work really fast, and I was like, wow, our union conference can learn a couple of things from it, because it went quickly, so I thought it was amazing. And there's the WASDA General, the annual conference is coming up, so I think it's next week, so it's on my calendar. And also the South King County Discipline Coalition meeting, it's coming up as well. And again, I always ask for student groups, if you want me to come visit or come chat or via Zoom, I'm happy to do that. heard some things out today that was interesting. I have a concern about lack of food at schools for students, so I'm hoping that will get addressed very quickly. That concerned me. Again, the parent who's come to every meeting talking about their student not receiving services, I'm very concerned. I feel like something needs to happen, so I'm hoping that that gets taken care of. I appreciate the comment about masking like a kid, which I do all day, every day, and then some while I'm sitting in this meeting as well. So I believe in the power of masks, and I believe in supporting students. And I mean, I recommend everyone try it, but it's like something you get used to and something that, as a mandate, I'm going to follow the law and follow the rules that our governor has set. So I think it's important, but please try it. It can be challenging, but one of the things we have to do to make sure that everyone's safe. And again, I missed something on my notes. I appreciate the conversations being on the ballot. This is my first time that happened. I appreciate the conversations of people willing to call and email, even if we don't always agree. And, you know, to me, I'm not going to please everyone, but I'm not here for everyone. I'm here for students. And so to me, it's important. We don't always have to agree, but please always email me concerns, comments, questions that people have, because I think that's an important part of listening to the community and hearing what the community has to say, even if we don't always agree. I always ask that people respectfully disagree and, you know, not say anything about me, my partner, or anything like that. And, you know, that has nothing to do with the work that I do for the district. And I ask that for conversations just to be focused on the work of the district and the important work that we have to do to always support students, because that's what we're here for and nothing else. So that concludes my report, and thank you. Before, I do want to, I know it's Director Vengadaslam and President Daniel's last official meeting, and I do want to thank you all for mentoring and guiding and answering any questions that I had as a newer board member. And I've been on for a short time, but I've learned a lot from this board and a lot from the both of you. So thank you for everything that you've done and everything you've taught me, and I appreciate everything, and good luck on your next adventure. That concludes my report.
All right, Vice President Benjer, you are next on the list, apparently.
Okay, yeah, and I hope that you and Maya are last, so you can talk as long as you want.
I would appreciate that.
Give you the space. Yeah, it's American Education Week. I can't express my thanks enough to everyone who works in the district. You know, I have been to many, many schools, and I see how hard everyone's working, and I see all the work that's being done. And I know our staff is working hard here in central office. So I just thank everyone involved. And I just really appreciate everything you're doing for kids. Because it's a lot of work, and masking like a kid, masking like a kid and then singing and dancing. I've experienced that when I missed the last board meeting. So that is also a challenge, and our students are doing that too. You know, they're trying to sing and play instruments too. So yeah, it is a challenge, but I will agree. I believe in the mandates, and, you know, and I wear a mask to keep other people safe. So I thank the staff at Glenridge for their Choose Kind presentation and the t-shirt. I want to go visit them on a Wednesday now. And I also want to acknowledge and thank our veterans for their service. I think we probably have veterans on staff too that I want to thank for their service. As tomorrow's Veterans Day, yeah. If any veterans are in this room, raise your hand. Yay, thank you for your service. Thank you. So speaking of masks and singing and dancing, Kentridge High School is going to be producing Beauty and the Beast December 1st, 1 through 11. So if you're a fan of theater, support the Chargers. Because of COVID restrictions, ticket sales are very limited. So get them now. Some of the shows are almost sold out. And since my last board meeting, as I wasn't here at the last board meeting, I've been able to visit 7 schools: Northwood, Ridgewood, Fairwood, Panther Lake, Emerald Park, Carriage Crest, and I was honored and surprised to be able to be at Glenridge when they were recognized by OSBE for their exemplary work. So that was really good. And another bonus of those visits is those last 4 schools I got to spend time with one of our amazing Edleys, Doris Johnson. I've only seen her on Zoom, so it's so nice to meet
people in person now, masked or not. And one thing that strikes me as I visit these schools is how special and unique each community is. They're all very different. It's so interesting because some of the schools are the same shape, but each community is completely different. And, so as we move through with this boundary work, I just want to make sure that we're advocating for the community voice so we can make certain that we're supporting and nurturing and doing our best for each community of educators and families that make up these school populations. So I'm willing to drive to schools and have conversations anywhere in this district. I think my goal is to go to every school in this district by the end of this school year. And I'm hanging posters for Beauty and the Beast, so at least I'll be in some. As I got ready for this board meeting, it's a time to reflect, right? We're gonna have a changeover, and Director Hamada and I are approaching the halfway mark in our time on the board, and it's been my honor to serve. And I'll be honest, I think anyone who's on the board is gonna admit it's a challenge. During these 2 years, there are people that will want to try and personally attack you. There have been those that'll try and bully you. There will be those that'll try and retaliate against you. There will be those who make assumptions about you, and create a narrative that just based on where you live or what you look like or whatever. And so it's but it's still, the work is worthwhile for the students, like Director Benno said, and it's not going to stop me. I'm going to continue to remain curious and ask questions so I can fulfill my duties to represent those students and the taxpayers of this district, and I'll always strive to do that work, ethically and transparently and proactively. And so that's one thing that's kind of on my focus. And I realize that sometimes, everyone has different comfort levels, and that challenging current systems or trying to get answers is sometimes not appreciated by adults who might want to remain comfortable. But, I think about schools, and especially being in elementary schools a lot, I think about, my 5th grade teacher kind of changed my life because I came into school with a lot of what you call aces, right? And she, said something to me that I reflect on often, which is that, what people say about you is more about them and their insecurities or their, failure to be curious and get to know you or understand you more than it is about you. So, I think every time I go in an elementary school, I think about all the wonderful educators I had, so over the years. So I truly, truly appreciate the educator. I can't say it enough. I already said it, but I said it there. And I also look forward to WASTA conference later this month. And I look forward to meeting and working with our newly elected board directors. And there's a lot of work to be done. We have a superintendent search, boundary work, policy work, and I'll say it again, I believe that, when we're looking at dismantling some of our systems is going to be updating these policies, so we are thinking about it continually, and we're thinking about the work we're doing continually to make sure that we are protecting all our students. Last but definitely not least, I thank President Daniels and Legislative Representative Vengadassalam, former president as well, Vengadassalam, for their years of service. I have learned very much from you, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all I've learned and all your wisdom. And I also say I hope you have great adventures and wonderful future and on to new things. I'll see you at WASTA conference, yes? And maybe? No, okay. So that concludes my report.
Director Hamada?
Well, first of all, thank all of you for being here and hanging in with us tonight. We've covered a lot of very important things in our district tonight, honestly, and it was a pretty united vote, if you noticed, throughout the evening on what we're doing for our kids. And just a little bit about what I've been up to. I attended all 3 community conversations online on the 28th, the 3rd, and the 6th, And I was a little disappointed in the attendance, but it was offered 3 times at various times, and even on a Saturday if you couldn't make it during the day or the evening. So there was a chance to get your voices heard out there, and there were some really good questions and stuff that came of it. And I even learned from one of the doctors that was a medical doctor that was online, he identified himself, that a lot of our cases in COVID are in our middle schools, and he was talking about that with the boundaries and stuff of why do we want to put all these kids in middle schools? That was his opinion. Anyway, so just different perspectives you pick up all the time. And all of this falls under a board director's works and responsibilities per our KSD policies. And I want to try to continually link that. And so policy 1001 talks about board director responsibilities. And communicating and listening to your public is definitely part of a job that I have, that I should be doing and should be responding to. On October 28th, I attended via Zoom the Washington State School Directors Assembly meeting. And of course, I couldn't really say much. We were well represented by Maya here, who represented us on several issues and spoke. And it was pretty interesting to see how that gelling of that meeting went on. And I appreciated seeing a glimpse of that. And looking forward to taking those legislative priorities on further from our district to the state. And that also is part of a board director's responsibility, is not only to work in this district, but to promote issues and try to get things better passed on to a state level. And on November 2nd, I was invited by a student to speak to his civics class at Kentwood High School. And I want to thank Miss Lacey Berry at Kentwood for having a great hour conversation with her and the kids. And at 7:40 in the morning, I learned that it takes a lot to kind of get the kids' attention that early in the morning, because I was raring to go in there. Just kind of took a while before I started interacting with them in conversations. And some of them even mentioned, well, maybe you should do something about the starting of school and have it a little later. So I took that to heart, and I invited all of them to come up to the board meeting. They had some issues that they were interested in talking about, and I don't know if some of those were on the comments that were read or not. I don't know every kid in that class, but it was fun. I always love being with the kids. It actually, just energizes me. And on November 5th, interim superintendent graciously invited us, some of us, to attend if we could, to tour some schools, which I really enjoyed. And it was a big shout out to Glen Ridge and the leadership of that building, Principal Scott Abernathy and Vice Principal Sunny Savage, for achieving 3 great milestones and being recognized and sustaining them for a couple of years. And that'll really help that school a lot, get that recognition. And I think there was some dollars attached to that too. So that's kind of nice always. And during the tour of the schools, we saw music in the classroom. The kids had kind of foam sticks that they were playing to music to get their rhythm going. We saw physical activity, physical education in the gym, where they're having a fun game. They had all kinds of an obstacle course put out, and they were shining lights on it. And if you moved wrong or something beyond when you were supposed to stop, you had to go to jail. And then you had to do more exercises to get out of jail. So, they were having a good time. And even the counselor at the school was joining in the game. So you could see the kids were engaged and having a good time. And of course, we experienced the kindness with some goodies that we all could partake in. And one of the things that I found interesting, when you look at policies like breakfast by the bell, a lot of people don't get to see why we do this and why we enable these things on a state level or a district level. And the gal that was doing the tour said that she actually saw improvement in some of the frequent flyers who probably had been a little, they had some challenges that keep them on task, but when they started feeding them breakfast, their attention level and their frequent flyer events. They were on a more normal pattern of flights so they could learn and enhance. So providing kids with food in their bellies helps them learn, and that's the reality of it. And so it was a great Friday, and I honestly, when I was driving home, a lot of times I read emails and I say, this is wrong, that's wrong, this staff person didn't do that, why did they do that? And I really felt good at all the people that were professionally providing services and learning experience and kindness and social and emotional in person to all our kids. And quite frankly, I've seen that in almost every school I've been in. And then in my first year on the board, before COVID, I actually was in person at 26 schools. And this year so far, I've been in 10 because I actually learned by being there. So, and today, I don't know how many of you know this, but it's Marine Corps birthday. So shout out to the Marines. And my husband was a Marine, and he also was born in an internment camp. So he still came up and served his country. And my father also served in World War II and was overseas for 5 years. So I want to salute all our veterans and all the other people who, work in all our services in the government to help not only protect this country, but also pitch in tragedies where we have to go in for horrible natural things that happen and help our people right in this country. And in conclusion, I want to thank our 2 board directors for their service and time on the board and wishing them the best in their future. And I mean, everywhere as I've gone, probably every meeting for a long time, not just board meetings, Maya's been there. And she's probably been places where I haven't been, with people I haven't been. And Denise has certainly worked in several capacities, and I don't know everything she's been involved with, but I've heard about a lot of the stuff that I haven't been at that you've been involved in. So I can't tell you, maybe we don't agree on everything, but stepping up and doing things for your community makes communities what they are. And that's why, again, I hope we get a lot of support behind our kids in these levies coming up. I will work on them. I've worked on several levies. I know they're not easy to pass. And I understand that people have a lot of choices in life, and some of them have good reasons why they don't have the money maybe to pay more. But investing in our kids and investing in this community will always come back to us threefold. So I'm looking forward to that in the future. And again, thank you, both of you, for your years of service and all you do for your community. I personally appreciate it very much. So best wishes in the future.
Okay. Well, it's 10:11, and I appreciate everybody staying, and my family's here. And, it's really nice of you all to stay. Let's see. I'll start out by first saying I really appreciate our community conversations and all of those things, all of the things that we watch happen the last few weeks. And I really enjoyed the General Assembly and all of the opportunities that I've had to represent our district. I want to first congratulate Awali's here, and Tim Clark, who will be your new board directors, and I'm sure they will do a fabulous job. And Tim is someone who I replaced, so it's interesting. He's coming back to serve you all, and that'll be a great experience. I'm sure you can learn from all that he has experienced as well. I don't know, it was really an emotional day this morning for me. Just reflecting back on my 8 years of service. And I'm just really grateful for the opportunities that I've had in this district. I wanted to talk about some of the milestones, but there's so many in the last 8 years. I wouldn't know where to start. But what I really want to do is thank a number of people that I've come across And I guess, I want to first start out with our executive assistants who've helped our board go through some really difficult times. And for me, I reflect back on my most difficult period, which was 2018-19, during our financial issues and having the presidency role. The people who were around us, Karen Howley in particular, and the administration of Dr. Watts, I thank you all for sticking around all these years because it was a very, very difficult period. As the board, we're elected to represent, and we are elected to also take on a lot of our challenges and the difficulties that are sent our way. And but our staff, they didn't deserve a lot of what happened in the district. And I especially want to thank Dr. Harmon and our Mr. Rarick, our finance and budget team, finance and accounting team, sorry, Lisa Tyler. You faced quite a bit of difficulties during that period especially, and I'm so sorry that we did that to you, that it's not an easy thing what you had to go through. And I've seen tears, I've seen a lot of anger and frustration and accusations that were unwarranted, and no one should have had to deal with what we had to deal with. So as board directors, I really feel very strongly about supporting board members, not only just giving recognition, but with compensation, with professionalizing this role, because this is a very, very important role and I think it's frankly the most important elected role in the state and the country, because we are dealing with our children, and mistakes can't be had, and there's so much time and effort that goes into governing a school district. And so I'm very intent, even past my board role, to advocate on behalf of directors. I will be doing that at the legislative level and working with WASDA in whatever capacity I can to support our board directors. And then I want to also talk about several people who have supported the district throughout my presidency and terms. I want to thank Melissa Laramie and the communication staff for the communication plan, the conversations, community conversations, the graduations, all of those things that were organized through your office. Officer Kovich and our safety team for all that you do for our students. Ms. Danelle West and our stellar teaching and learning team. You've taught me a lot, I've learned a lot. I'm so thankful for what you do for our students. I wish people could see the brilliance of the team. And we get very little people watching these videos. So it's unfortunate because you are what makes our district so successful. HR and our legal teams, especially the fact that we had to work through to avert a strike in 2018. I don't know how we did it. Nobody believed that would happen. So that was a pretty remarkable time. Our transportation and nutrition services team, capital planning team, Dave Buzzard, you've done remarkable things with our new schools, and thank you for all your work. Mr. Christie, Tashawn, and the tech team, and really, all who have helped us become a successful district. And I know there's a lot to come, our learning acceleration, our legislative decisions, levy, boundary, leadership changes. But I feel, some of the accomplishments that happened in the past 8 years, with our new schools opening, Covington Elementary, Kent Laboratory Academy, River Ridge, the new top building. Thank you, Steve, for all that you do for our students. And our commitment to equity. I know we talk about that ad nauseum sometimes, but it ought to be done authentically, and I feel like we made quite a bit of progress in the sense that we've established what is our core values, and I think we always have to come back to those core values whenever we have people come in and talk about our students and make disparaging remarks about our staff and our students. We always come back to the core values, and I hope that commitment will continue with the new board. And I also want to thank Naomi. Thank you for all your support. Pam, Holly, and all of the staff members here. Thank you if I didn't mention your names. I really appreciate all of you, and I'm really sad to think about that I won't be participating here, but I will be your biggest champion out there as a community person. I'll be part of the levy as well, supporting you there. Thank you.
All right, so I recognize the time, so I won't be too long, I promise. Yeah, I just want to start by saying I do want to thank Kent Educators of Color for giving us these wonderful flowers and thanking us. It was nice to see them. I unfortunately didn't get to spend a lot of time with them. I just really engaged with them this past year, and so very excited about the work they're doing. I'm continuing to encourage them to show up and use their voice. We don't get too many diverse perspectives in this room often, and so I really encourage them and others to do so. I want to thank Glen Ridge. What a great presentation. It's a solid reminder as to why we're here. If we could have kids in here every meeting, I think it'd be fantastic, because this is why we're here, and they remind us and keep us grounded, keep me grounded, I should say. I also want to thank our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Budget. I have 2 sons who are veterans, so appreciate your service. Thank you so much. As usual, I want to thank our people that are watching, those of you that have stayed here. I know it's late, and we really do appreciate you. I want to thank our staff. I know that I say that every meeting, but I just really want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, this staff has been the most gracious, kind, focused, amidst, I know Maya described it, amidst things that you should never have had to deal with. And, you know, some of it from inside of this room. And I have just admired and have always tried to advocate for you, because I know as a staff member, everyone doesn't always see the work that goes in particular administration, and, you know, teachers and everyone else, that's a little bit more visible, but oftentimes I think the administration is under-recognized and underappreciated. And I just, again, want to thank you so much. You have been kind, gracious, helpful, supportive, and just like Maya said, I will be championing for you even when I'm not here. So I really do appreciate everything that everyone has done. In spite of all of those challenges that have existed, thank you for being here. Thank you for staying here. I don't know if I could have done it, honestly. I honestly don't. And honestly, sometimes it was a struggle for me to be here. You know, because I think all of us, it's a very different perspective when you get on the board. When you're standing over there making comments and accusations and all of those things, it's very different there. But when you actually get on here and you begin to understand things that happen, I think you get a better perspective. And so, unfortunately, everybody can't do that. So, but it has been a challenge. I decided to run for the board, and I may have shared this story several years ago. So my kids, we moved here, I guess 8 years ago now, 9 years ago, 2013, so whatever that is. And we came from South Seattle, which was a more diverse school district, I thought, or, you know, it wasn't. Their school, my kid's school was about 80% kids of color. And I came here, and so what my daughter had an experience when he brought me these flowers when she was at an elementary school with a substitute teacher using a racial slur towards her as an example in class. And I've always worked in what I do professionally, so I'm Executive Director of Equity and Inclusion, so I've done that work for a while. I'm in probably about 15 years. And I came and I shared with the board, and then I recognized at that time that there really wasn't a response, and I assumed it was because people didn't know what to do. We hear that all the time, right? I don't know what to do, I don't know what to say, right? I don't know what to, so I heard that. And that is what prompted me, and as I began to, I was mentoring in the high school, and I saw some of the challenges that, in particular, kids of color were facing, and I said, okay, so I thought, you know, as someone who's worked in education, somebody's worked in equity, this would be a good place for me to be able to help. And, you know, fast forward, I still see some of the same things happening, right? So I do appreciate the steps. I understand that we say we've taken steps and stuff, but yet there are still some of the same things that happen. And, you know, I feel as though a couple of meetings ago when two gentlemen stood there and said words that were really disparaging and devaluing to our diversity and our students in particular. We had about 13 students here who heard those comments. I felt like that was a critical moment for Kent, for our board. I felt like that was a moment where we have to, again, like I said earlier, be who we say we are. And I will continue to challenge that every single time. I will continue to advocate for the diversity of our students and our families and our staff members every single time. Because if we don't use our voice, we are subject to people thinking, our students thinking, because they had left, unfortunately, before someone was able to speak against what was being said on that dais. So our students seeing us and thinking that there's nobody here that is supporting them with their voice. So for me, I will always do that, uncomfortable or not. And the reality is, as a Black woman, I don't get to choose when I do it. Because I live this. I don't leave it at a school building. I don't leave it here. I live it every day. I have 7 children, 5 boys and 2 girls that I've raised through many districts and many experiences. And there has been racial issues in every single instance with every single one of them at some point in time. I don't get to leave this here. I don't get to choose when I step up. Because if I do that, then I fail my kids. And I'm just going to encourage you, step up, use your voice. Let's not fail our kids, any of them. This is why we're here. This is why I'm here. This is why I believe most of us are here. We want to do what's best for kids. And so I will be around. I still have a daughter who's a senior, and we live in the area. I will be around, but I just want to encourage you, you know, in that critical moment, who are you going to be? For our kids and for our community, who are you going to be? So with that, thank you so much. It's been my honor and my pleasure to serve you. And the meeting is adjourned.